at that. Where did it go? Back up.
Safe team film? Or you can...
I don't know how you find that. Okay, so maybe it'll show up like when it goes live.
Is it live? You had to be able to go to it though. You had to be able to go to it.
There it is.
There we go.
That's a preview. That one's good. This is good.
Start the stream.
Discussion maybe?
Alright, now it's working. Now it's working. Such a sick.
No worries. Visit your channel.
Oh, yeah, this is the channel.
Go to discussion.
So you don't worry about that. I don't know what go that way.
Did we lose it?
We don't need to subscribe to our channel.
Someone has to be behind it, and that person has to make sure that
I think we can wait.
Really? Let's see if it works.
That'd be cool. Then we'll buy the version of software for $20, and you could like actually set up a label and adjust it. Because this one we can only use one time. It's like a limited version. I want to see. I think the site probably has the license.
Really?
Yeah, but I couldn't find it. I'm dealing with this.
But look at this. Guys, all you guys, look at this. We have a contract for
Yeah, for that.
And we should know what limit is. Here, they're going to be back. Somebody's over here and they'll be in Ballroom C or something. We'll just bring them right up.
all right, perfect.
And all first dip on good things. We can tell.
Look. Who signed it? Who signed it?
That's a funny picture.
It's only just like this funny picture. It's something you can do whatever.
Do it!
You need to email all those professors telling you how you resigned from medical school. Because life is too hard to handle.
As rules share, it takes priority.
We're helping people the medicine never could.
Okay. Let's not get carried away.
Please, you got 1 minute. Let's see what works. Because like, look at keep saying like accomplish something, or look at it. Oh!
Yeah.
That's
like good quality.
Is it live? Like this is live. No, that's Adam's over here. She's still standing. I mean, it's done.
I perceive that.
Delete everything.
That's why I
brought you, we can't send it, I can take you out.
Nobody knows.
I was here for last week's lunch, I was busy.
It has like a 30-second delay. Or maybe
No, that's a bill right there. Look, that's a bill. And he's standing up. It's caught up, but now it's looking that bad. It's like 10 seconds, 15 seconds. It's like 15 seconds.
Is this plugged in with the Ethernet
That's
cable or
watching
something?
That's us, bro. It's us. We're watching.
Who's watching?
I waved to myself like 30 seconds ago. Or 30.
Qualities.
Look,
I don't know. We got successful. We got just doing right now. Is it recorded? We turned it on.
Why didn't you laugh? That was so funny.
we're vampires.
You roll your eyes at yourself. How was that fun? How was that not funny? That was hilarious.
I just put
2 minutes cartoon is okay.
it's recording.
Not just here.
And look, there's my code unlocked. That's good. Also, 10 frames per second. 24, 9 drops, 3 drops.
Didn't we like do the same exact thing? I mean, nothing happened.
I think we didn't click that one button back to the server.
Dude, oh,
That's creepy.
no, but look, like, that's the lag on it. That is the lag.
It's the webcam.
They just walked away, but they just walked in the front.
So how long is it? 30 seconds?
It's about a minute. I see me. I'm in the very corner.
Mine is never live.
Just like she wanted me to do her info sessions.
Just to go up to space and come back, Sean.
That's for you to infer.
This is getting
What's your point? Yeah, completely different though.
You want to ask me again? Yeah. This is good. No, this is good. Yeah.
Way to be late.
Welcome, Emily.
Yeah,
As chair, sorry, just don't take 20 hours. Not redundant. Don't take 20 hours to get to the same.
Okay, but as a chair, don't play Candy Crush.
Stop.
She won't call you out.
Stop. Stop.
Candy Crush?
Conversation.
Candy Crush?
In the middle. That's your job. Oh, my outfit looks cute on the so publicly.
When who says it? Really?
And
This is an amazing grandfather. That's a lot of money.
oh, my phone's about to die. I need a
Where's the article in front of you? I have. You want? You don't know the process.
Sean, was there something
Yeah. Huh?
Senex was fine.
No.
I'm going to ask you where you're going to say.
You said it.
It's okay.
Make him. Mo, why are you wearing red?
That's true.
What's wrong with
Hey, why are you wearing a bow tie?
Why are you wearing a cat?
Oh my god, it's red!
Oh my god.
Hey, Robin, can I get a picture?
Make your way back there for now. Once we start the meeting, we'll have the resolution come up. They'll vote on it, and then we'll link to it. You can't tell it. As soon as it's finally done with that's all. I can slow down.
All right.
It's up to you. It's all up to me. It's honestly, if you guys like to say anything, you can say something. It'll be during open forum. Oh, right.
Oh, he's got a little spiffy. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh, no. Lucky's Take a picture with him first.
Right.
It's underneath the judicial part.
Right. So we have.
Because you would have to be here for all that. I'm sorry.
Where's the thing?
Where's the record? Oh, it's your turn. All right.
Speak into it.
Don't say good. All right. Guys, hustle up with the clickers. Huh? I'm going to understand. Did you memorize
He's already bored.
You know how we feel, right?
Sam, you're already boring.
Alright, get the thing.
Wait, take one more picture.
No more. Just get the recording started. Alright, once you're ready. Please, if you're ready.
Where's the president?
Are you ready? I call this meeting to order at 6:09 p.m. on February 4th. Could everyone please stand for the pledge, please? Mr. Menke, would you like to lead us off?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Moving on, first roll call. Everyone can have their clickers on ready. That's everybody? Oh, with 31 pledges. Alright, moving down the agenda. Additions, deletions, and or clarifications to the orders of the day. The first thing that was recommended was to move Ms. Petros to before Ms. Acosta, so I can have a motion to accept that change. Put it all in. Any objections to the change of order? Seeing none. And any further motions? Senator Aziz.
Motion to accept the agenda.
Any objections to accepting the agenda as it stands? Seeing none, the agenda is accepted. Additions, deletions, and/or changes to the minutes. No minutes are sent out, so are there any motions? Senator Christie.
Motion to postpone minutes.
Any objection to postponing the minutes until February the 11th? Seeing none. Cool. Legislative report. Senator Rontar is not here. Senator Fitzy.
Okay, guys. So in committee today, or yesterday, we saw 3 interim budgets. There's 4 interim budgets going before you today. We also had an off-campus request, which was approved. Other than that, in ASARC, we are moving along with departments. We have the entities, College of Medicine and Sports Council in the upcoming week, and then student organizations. Any questions?
Senator Arbuthnot.
Oh, actually, how are the audit systems coming along with ASBO?
We are still in deliberations with the SBO to determine how to get a list of events, but hopefully within the next week or 2, we'll have that figured out. Thank you for that.
Any more questions? Seeing none. Senator Aziz.
Alright, last week JAC met and we elected a new vice chair, Ms. Kristen Kong. We also had one of the Supreme Court justices that joined today, and that justice passed, so we people live off today. And next week we may have the deputy ERC people to be coming up, so look forward to that. Any questions?
Seeing no questions, thank you, sir. Senator Alcazar.
Alright, today in committee we allocated 5 budgets, or I'm sorry, Pell Grants, and as of now I'm going to stop accepting Pell Grants for time being. I'm just going to put them on a wait list. We are almost at the end of money, so yeah, we won't be doing a lot more. That's Pell Grants and stuff like that, and auditing, and stuff like that. So yeah, any questions?
Thank you, Matt. Senator Copeland.
Nice bow tie, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Good evening, Senate. Nice bow tie, Bulls. Rocky, how we doing? Good to have you. All right, we have a new vice chair, Mr. Brown. Congratulations. Working with Mr. Berkowitz from the executive branch on a safety and security survey to monitor our campus's safety and security and what we need to do to improve that. And Mr. Monteith, who's not longer here. Not really. Okay, well, we'll be helping out with that. USF Day at the Capitol next week, February 12th. Be here by 3:30 in the morning. We'll have donuts and other stuff to give you all to get ready for the event. We'll be gone all day. We probably won't be back till like 10, 11 o'clock. It's going to be a full day. And I am working with the St. Pete campus on hosting Thanksgiving dinner there, honoring Bill Bellers.
Any questions? Cool. Thanks, sir. Senator Aldridge.
All right, I'm going to be rather brief because of Rocky being here tonight. 2 things. I know I emailed probably about 2/3 of the Senate about attendance. Just sort of I guess, an overwhelming statement. If you are going to leave early, or if you think you're going to have to miss me, please email me. That's the best way so I can know and have it out of the bag. Sort of going through the past 3 Senates, a couple different people having a couple different situations that cause them to miss, that's fine. Just let me know, because I'm probably one of the more easygoing people in terms of excused absences. You just got to let me know about that. The second thing is, everyone saw the email that was sent out Friday about our participation with the athletics next Saturday at the Coke Shooting Club before the game against Rutgers Saturday night. As of yesterday, I only had a couple people sign up. It's like a Google form, so it'd be easy for you guys to fill out. I have a list here, just like a little sign up sheet. If you can make it, that'd be great. I think Erica's up there, so if you can help clarify. The game starts at 8.
Correct.
So I figured what I was telling them about 5 or 6 would be the time when we would probably come. Is that something that's like 2 or 3 hours ahead of time?
6:30. You can get in an hour and a half early.
Okay.
But you just have to let us know if you just want an hour. That's fine too. But the most you can get is an hour and a half.
Okay.
So
Okay.
6:30.
So 6:30 will be the time. We'll enjoy the coaching club, enjoy the pizza. But I need this list so I can tell them how many numbers are so they can have the pizza there. So obviously that's what it's going to be. And then we'll have seats for the game this Saturday night. So I'll pass it around. Yeah, I'll skip next. But other than that, actually that's about it. So those 2 things. So any questions? Okay.
Thanks. My report will also be brief. First of all, I'd like to congratulate everyone that was involved in the Green Energy Showcase. Really good. Like, it was really nice. The sustainability showcase, probably. Our main focus right now is addressing some ASAR concerns, which were specific. Like we've talked with Mr. Sandoval and Full Radio for it, so we're gonna extend on our collaborations with the agencies. Another thing we got done along the way was it's slipping my mind. We had to meet with the free print guy because we had to figure out exactly how to manage the contract. Because we're about to hit our cap that we pay for $240,000 for all the free prints. Other than that, it's been a pretty kind of mellow out week for all of us. Yeah. Any questions for V though? Well, I'm dying. No. All right, then. Hold on. Executive branch report. Oh, actually, okay, that's fine. That's what we
Hello, everyone. How are y'all doing tonight?
Great.
Well, perfect. Okay. Well, I'm here. It's my first report for February, so hello. Real quick, what we're doing. Our shirt designs due this Friday, so tell everyone you know. They will be submitted to the SG marketing. I've been telling you about this for a good month now. So I don't care if it's clip art, I don't care if it's on Photoshop, just submit it, and hopefully come next week when the committee meets, your person's graphic will be represented. So that's the first thing. Next week we are doing USF Day at the Capitol on Wednesday, so we'll be going up to Tallahassee. Thank you. So we're going to be going up to Tallahassee on Wednesday morning and helping to represent USF there. And I'm pretty sure that's it for my report this week. Is there any questions? No questions?
Just can you talk about Mr. Miss USF a little bit? I don't know if you just did, but.
No, I didn't talk about it. Okay, so last week was Mr. Miss USF, so thank you all so much for coming. It was really wonderful. Nick Smart won, and Sydney Rismondo, is that how you pronounce your last name? So they both are new Mr. and Miss USF. Wonderful, it was beautiful. I don't know, do you want me to say anything else about it? Do you want to say anything about it?
No, you did great. Good job.
Okay. Yeah, but it was wonderful. It was beautiful. They really made it beautiful. As you know, it wasn't in the ballroom. It was in the Oval Theater, and they really brought it together. So I'm really proud of that event. So it came out nicely. Is there any other questions? All right. Well, I'll be back next week. I'll see you here at 6 o'clock on Tuesday.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
All right, judicial branch.
Good evening, Senate. Hello, Rocky. Thanks for coming. Just to give you a report for the judicial branch, you will have 2 new justices going before you guys today. They are Lindsay Vitros and Alexis Casas. This morning I went to Juicenex and discussed the possibility of having a SG summit at Lakeland. And it looks like we might push this until March. And we're possibly going to have this on a Thursday so it doesn't conflict with ASAR, so we can get as many senators to go. Tomorrow we're going to have a meeting. The court's going to have a general meeting. We're going to vote on some RP changes. And we're also going to start working with the Office of Legal Affairs, which is the Attorney General, Solicitor General, and Deputy Attorney General, in promoting the service of having the Solicitor General represent the student in parking appeals. And so we're going to start working with them with that. And we will also be working on doing an event. The Judicial Branch is planning on doing an event, a parking forum, where we'll invite students to voice their concerns about parking. We'll have judicial members to hear them and people from Parking and Transportation Services. This is something that we're planning in the works. We're going to plan it tomorrow at tomorrow's meeting. And so be on the lookout for more updates about that. Other than that, that's all I have to report. Are there any questions for me? Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
On open forum. Senator Lee.
All right, so since last year we went on a project, we're moving from Ustream to YouTube. And with the help of David, in the back, we're finally able to get it to work. So now people actually see Senate in a platform people actually use. And Gary has it right now if you want to take a look. So, tell your friends, tell your family, tell your mom and dad. You're on YouTube now. So.
Alright, more open forum. Well, first thing, really quick, I'd like to thank Esgato for another great workshop. Like with Mike Griffin here. And I forgot the young lady's name, or the woman. Carla Stevens. Thank you. Well, it was very informative. I don't know why a lot of you guys didn't come out. It had free food, so like the first thing you guys all go for it. And then it was about like communication and how you should present yourself. And I mean, again, I recommend talking to Mr. Griffin at least once in your tenancy as a senator or anything really. He's a really good resource. He's really, I guess, he's done everything that you really want to do with just starting from as a student, essentially. So I mean, again, just talk to Gary. He could probably get you in contact with him. Moving on. Oh, are there any more open forum announcements? Can you talk? I don't think so. Coco.
Okay. Tomorrow night, two things. Tomorrow night there is an after-hours Meet Your Eyes and electro-pop dance party in the Center Gallery. Yeah, you'll be there, Rocky. We should like pop it out. So that's good because the Center Gallery is being used now, so that's good. And then two, Mr. Hausman, Mr. Keys, myself, and some members of the Judicial Branch will be representing SG when we meet Ambassador Chris Hill, former Ambassador to Iraq, tomorrow at Kentucky. So good stuff. Y'all should come out. Starts around 7.
Thanks, sir. Some Alderman?
One other thing before we go back. So, obviously dealing with the tenants for this, talking about my report, I know there's a couple different people that are being inducted to the Fraternal Value Society night. So if you could raise your hand, I'll get a snap to all you. So thank you for what you're doing. Spreading out leadership to maybe just not more than it in the confines of student government to the rest of student agent campus. So we appreciate it. Okay. The second thing is, I guess we're going to sort of blend open forum and general business at the same time here. But going to talking about the other one. So SBR 54020. In recognition of Rocky D. Bull's victory. So obviously, explained in the resolution, but anyone motion to read it?
Senator Kenton.
Motion to enter into a reading of SBR 54020 in recognition of Rocky D. Bull's victory.
Any objections? Seeing none? Thank you.
All right. So, Senate resolution be resolved by the Senate of the University of South Florida Student Government Assembly. Whereas the University of South Florida Student Government recognizes the incredible achievement of our mascot, Rocky the Bull, on being crowned champion of the 2013 Capital One Mascot Challenge. Whereas Rocky the Bull was projected to finish last in competition, but instead lowered his head and plowed through the other 15 mascot challenge competitions to finish with a perfect record. Whereas the stampede of support from Rocky the Bull's resolute fans carried him to glory and brought home a big win for the students, faculty, staff, alumni, and the Tampa Bay community. Whereas Rocky the Bull has left an indelible mark on this university and will continue his rooted commitment to make USF Spirit the best that it can be. Therefore, be resolved by the Senate of the University of South Florida Student Government Assembled that on behalf of the student body, we congratulate Rocky the Bull for his win at the Mascot Challenge, thank him for his passion to this university and community, and ask him to continue to be unstoppable.
Any motions? Any motions? Senator Koch.
Motion passed by acclamation.
Any objection to approving this by acclamation? Seeing none, it is approved.
And then on behalf of the student government, we have a little token of our appreciation, resolution signed. So, I want to thank you again for being the greatest mascot there is. Here you go. For
All three of you all representing this.
Oh, thank you, Rocky. And Rocky, I guess we're going to have a photo with the 3 branch leaders. So.
Inter-branch cohesion.
I also just want to give Erica a big shout out as well for her. She's coming to Senate most of the semester, most of the term this year. I think the commitment and the collaboration between athletics and student government is something that I think we as students really love to see. And so I think it probably couldn't be done for the most part without your help, though. So we appreciate everything you've been doing for athletics and the collaboration with us and all that. So thank you.
And Rocky, of course, would like to say thank you to all of you for, just kidding, for passing this and recognizing him and his accomplishments. And we thank you guys for your support of athletics throughout the year and hope that you guys will continue. We have a lot of upcoming events. So I don't know if you want me, is this still open for him?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. So Thursday, softball opens their season, home opener against Florida at 6 o'clock. It's a big one. So 6 o'clock on Thursday the 6th at the stadium, softball stadium right on campus there. They'll play with Cookman after that, so they have 2 games to start off the season, and it's part of a tournament. So they'll continue play Friday and Saturday as well. What do you think? 6 o'clock. All right, I like it. And then we have a doubleheader basketball game this Saturday. The women play UCF at 2, and the men play Rutgers at 8. So come out. I know you guys will be there for the Rutgers game. If you want to come out and support the women's game a little earlier, you can take a break in between and come back and enjoy some pizza on us. So I hope that you guys will come out and support. Baseball is right around the corner. We have our National Signing Day for football tomorrow. We'll have live coverage online all day starting at 7:30, Mike?
7 a.m.
7 a.m. So
Best
if you're dying,
recruiting class in the conference is going to be signed tomorrow.
so if you're dying to see who those recruits coming in are, wake up, set your alarms, watch us starting at 7, but we'll be ongoing all day, and we'll have various interviews with the coaches and other spotlights throughout the day. So it'll be very high energy, interactive throughout the whole day. Any other upcoming events that I missed, Mike?
You nailed them all.
It's a lot. So hope you guys can come out and support. If you need anything, you can email us, call us, tweet us, text us. Don't fax us because that'll be used up tomorrow by the signing day. So anything besides faxing.
Senator Cook.
I wanted to ask you, how's the AD search going? Do you know by chance anything?
I am not in the know on that. I know that they have begun. That's more of a Rocky knows that he's sworn to secrecy. His lips are sealed. I know that they're definitely in the process. They've hired a search firm, and they're working towards bringing the next great AD to represent all of you at USF. So if I get any other updates, I'll be sure to comment and share.
Bill Sutton, the chair of the Sports Entertainment Department here on campus, is going to be chairing the committee
to bring a new AD on campus, and he's a big deal in this industry. He knows a lot of people. He's very well connected. So it's going to take a little bit of time, I think, just because you're in the middle of hoop season and March Madness is fast upon us. But probably thereafter, before obviously before the fall starts, we'll have a new AD. But
You said his name was Bill Sutton?
yes.
He was partially responsible for bringing the speaker series here.
Sports series.
Yeah, with the sports and the lightning and all that. So he's very involved in the athletics community, in the Tampa Bay community, and beyond that. So
He helped start the DeVoe program at UCF. But
did everyone get a picture? Oh, we have Rocky here. We can sign some more. All right. Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
Any more? Any more open forum announcements? Cool, seeing none. On to general business. The first thing is the confirmation of Miss Lindsay Beatrice. And if I could have someone come present the actual. Mr. Ronke.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight's two positions are Associate Justice. So I will read the position descriptions. I'll let you guys see each candidate. But the position is Associate Justice, and we have 47 applicants for this position, and we interview the top 10 candidates. From there, we selected our two nominees, which we'll see tonight. Responsibilities for this are they must attend all the judicial branch meetings, which typically Wednesdays at 6 p.m. They also attend the parking bills, which are every other Wednesday. They've been knowledgeable of the student body statutes, constitution, parking regulations, and responsible for any other initiatives in the judicial branch. So are there any questions for the position itself?
Any questions about the position, including the job description? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
All right.
And
Yeah, I had a PowerPoint. Sure.
you emailed me? Okay. Mr. Hamid, if you have a flash drive possibly.
I have it pulled up on the email if you want to resend it.
Well, the email's not loading, that's the problem. Oh, here it is. We're good. Perfect. Let's do this. All right. Here you go.
Okay, thank you.
And then there's a laser pointer on that one, and then slide back and forth.
Okay.
And then you'll have 5 minutes to present.
Right.
At 1 minute left, I'll tap once. 2 minutes or 30 seconds, I'll tap twice. And once you're tapped out, you're good. You can start once you're ready.
Hello everyone, how are you guys?
Great. Well,
I'm Lindsay Betros. I am a political science and international relations major. And I'll just go straight to my work experience. But before that, it's just my class schedule, just what I'm taking this semester. Political theory, Arabic, which is a 5 credit hour course. I'm taking law and legal careers and history of blues and rock and roll. And I forgot to mention that's at 7, so gotta get back to there. But here's my work experience. So currently I'm an intern and student coordinator at the Mid-Regional Florida office of the American Civil Liberties Union, which means that I help plan and organize events for students such as here, University of Tampa, UCF, anywhere else in accordance with the ACLU. I also represent the ACLU and I attend local hearings, town hall meetings, that events, conferences, that sort of things when I represent the ACLU. I assist in planning rallies and events. Locally, I've assisted in a lot of local events, and a lot of them have been on TV. It's been a pretty cool experience. I also, once a month, assist a volunteer legal counsel, which is they pretty much meet and I sit in on it and I help them out, and they determine what cases fit in accordance with the American Civil Liberties Union's values and decide whether or not we're going to take up that case. And I also have reached out to several organizations, UT, USF, UCF in the past. Over the summer, I was a volunteer and event coordinator at the Orlando chapter of the American Civil Liberties Union. So I go back home over the summer, and I assisted in revamping their legal panel for the chapter. I helped find lawyers, I helped find a place to meet and whatnot. I helped coordinate plan events, again, the same thing, going to town hall meetings and representation of the ACLU. I've gone to several conferences in Orlando in representation of them. I volunteered with the following organizations. I work with them very closely. Bomb for America, Equality Florida, Planned Parenthood, Gay, Lesbian, Straight Education Network, Know Your Rights, which is an immigrant rights organization, and I'm actually working with them tomorrow, the Florida LGBT Democratic Caucus. So here's relevant experience in high school. I graduated with a law magnet program at my high school, which means it's a 4-year program which pretty much just covers the basics of law. I've done basic government, civil procedure, court procedure. I've taken constitutional law classes. I was the vice president of my social justice club, which is pretty much outreaching anything social justice related. I've helped plan rallies, everything like that. And I participated in mock oral arguments, arguing in front of actual judges for 20 minutes, and I had a mock appellate court case, had to write 20-page case brief, solve that. I'm also on the executive board for the mock trial team. I am the case analyst currently for the mock trial team. Really helps with public speaking, courtroom procedure, and ability to think analytically. And just my relevant honors. I was last year I was an LGBT Alumni Association winner from the presented at the Alumni Center. Bright Future Scholarship, I'm an AP scholar, and I was part of the National Honor Society at my high school. So that's it.
All right, questions? Senator Aziz?
Have the other candidate leave during questions or stay?
Good. Oh yeah, Mr. Costas is a good stuff. Thank you, sir. Senator Kenton.
Why do you want this job on a personal level?
On a personal level? Well, of course I love USF, and I've always wanted to get involved in something student government related, and I feel like this would be a great position for me. I feel like I have a lot of great ideas to bring to the court, student outreach and whatnot, and I feel like I will be able to help lead the court into a better direction.
Senator Aziz.
Based on your past legal and leadership experience, what skills have you learned that you could apply to the associate justice position?
Well, I've actually written legal opinions. I know how to interpret and read legal texts based on obviously the classes I've taken and my high school experience. What really I feel like helps me a lot was during the legal panel of the ACLU, talking to actual lawyers, and we would have to determine objectively which cases we are going to take based on law and facts and whatnot. If something didn't fit our criteria of what we were going to take, then we wouldn't take that case.
Any more questions? Senator Aldridge.
All right, so could you sort of go through your knowledge of the Constitution and statutes and what experience you've had in reading them, and with specificity to the Title V and the judicial branch, sort of talk about what's in there and what have you learned from reading through that?
Okay, well, Title V is obviously the judicial branch. I've learned about original and appellate jurisdiction. We have original jurisdiction in cases involving contest of elections, involving judicial review over Senate legislation, impeachment of associate justices, and appellate jurisdiction in parking appeals, and cases involving election rules committee. I've learned about pretty much the procedures for the different hearings, the different kinds of meetings we have, or including general meetings, declaratory judgment panels, which we write opinions on. I think if someone from the branch has a concern, just the other basic type of positions, ranking justice, senior justice, and the chief justice.
Any more questions? Senator Aziz.
Since another part of the court's duties is to do parking appeals, what's the court's role in parking appeals?
I'm sorry, can you get?
What is the Supreme Court's role in parking appeals?
Well, it's we bring it up in court and we determine objectively. Obviously, you have to follow the law, whether or not. So pretty much, it's just I think the student has 5 minutes to bring in their case, and then we have a quorum, and if we have a certain amount of people, then we vote on it accordingly. And obviously, you have to abide by the laws and the statutes of USF.
Senator Alderson.
What are some of your goals going into a position like this where you have to change?
Well, I definitely feel like with the court, we should get more involved in student outreach, especially towards first-year students who, they're just coming into USF, they're not going to know very much about it, and I'd really like to see us merging and discussing more and having forums with other USF organizations such as Sarasota, Manatee, St. Pete, that kind of stuff, meeting with the other branches of those other schools.
Senator Coco.
What's one quality you would say best describes you for this position?
I would say objective, for sure. When you're on a court, obviously you have to be objective. The law, of course, is black and white. It's not gray. So we have to think objectively towards that. We can't let bias or preconceived notions get in the way of our rulings.
So would you consider yourself a loose or a strict constructionist?
I would have to say strict in most ways, other than loose. Loose, it varies a lot, but I think with positions like this, you have to be strict, obviously, when we're doing these kind of appeals.
Senator Hughes.
What is your jurisprudence?
My jurisprudence is definitely a legal realism. It's pretty much just being obviously foundationalism is abiding to the certain law and objectively and whatnot. One of my favorite philosophers, David Hume, he stated what the law is and not what ought to be. So I think we should definitely take in accordance that the law should be how it is and not how we think it ought to be. In law, like I said, black and white, this changes, we have to change it through the system. We can't subjectively decide what we want to do and what we don't want to do with the law.
In your mind, is Batman a good person?
David who?
Batman. Just Batman.
Batman?
Just Batman. So I just want to know, like.
He's kind of a vigilante a little bit. I don't know. He could be. I mean, obviously he's not abiding by the law, so he helps people. But in that aspect, legally, then he would have to probably be charged for a lot of crimes.
Senator Olney.
So what would you say would be your biggest area for improvement, and if confirmed, how will you go about improving that quality?
Personally?
Or sort of the body of work you would, so from, I guess, from a personal reflection,
Okay.
what would you say your biggest area of improvement? How would you-
Personal reflection, I feel like I'm a perfectionist, and if things to me have to be done really strictly and to the point all the time, and obviously like things change and that can't always be that way. So I think pretty much learning to adapt is what my biggest weakness is, and what I can feel like I can improve the most on is learning to adapt with the court.
Okay. Senator.
I have a kind of a technical court question. Could you explain what pretrial discovery is? Like, in basic terms?
Isn't that just pretty much evidence that has been discovered before court?
Thanks. Thank you. All right. Any more questions? Senator Arbor.
Have you ever attended a trial?
Have I ever what?
Attended a trial?
Oh, an actual trial? Yes, I've I didn't put this on there, but I also have worked in a public defender's office. So she would pretty much just make me, she'd text me a room, be like, go in this room, a trial's going on, or deposition me, or something like that. Arraignments are going on. So I would sit and watch a courtroom all the time.
Oh, sorry, and student government trials.
Oh, student government trial. No, I have not.
And I have a follow-up for that. And then have you ever summarized a deposition?
Summarize the deposition? No, I have not.
Questions? Motions? Anything? Come on. Senator Pellegrini.
How would the court in general benefit from your, I guess, presence, provided that you're hired for this position? What would you bring to the table?
To the court?
Yes.
Well, definitely I feel like I bring a fair and objective mindset to the court. I feel like I'm very motivated in anything that I do, so I feel like with my help, we'd be getting a lot done with student outreach and whatnot. And again, just a different type of mindset to the courtroom, but one that's also going to think objectively and abide by the law.
Senator O'Day.
If confirmed by the Senate today, do you feel like you will commit to the at least 10 hours a week and actually?
Yes, definitely. My schedule. Yeah, for sure. If you saw my schedule definitely permits. Mondays obviously my busy. Tuesdays I have class till 2. You know, that kind of stuff. Don't have class Thursdays. This would definitely be, besides school, you know, number one priority for me. You know, it's my job, so that's something that I want to take extremely seriously, because it doesn't just affect me, it affects you, it affects the students, it affects everyone.
You mentioned the importance of having analytical skills. Can you give me an experience or an example where you excelled at it?
I'm sorry, what skill?
Analytical skills.
Analytical skills? Oh, okay. Well, actually, just this weekend, I participated with the USF mock trial team at our regional tournament, and we get a big case packet every year. You for sure have to go through that thing at least 100 times. That definitely helps you think analytically and off your feet for sure. Thinking analytically in regards to the evidence that we get in the case, the affidavits that we get in the case, and we have to present a case theme for that. So it definitely makes you think analytically when you're doing actual trials and stuff like that.
Question? Senator Elo.
I don't know if there's any more questions, but I'd like the motion to move into discussion and all questions are done.
Any objections? Seeing none? Thank you. Just don't talk to me. Okay. All right, discussion. Senator Elo, you open discussion, you get to start. And then can you state your forum?
I guess 10-minute speaking time, 1 minute, please.
Sure.
Based on her schedule, her past experiences, and what she's talked about, she seems very qualified. She seems like she knows what she's talking about. She talked about the statutes, and so I think great candidate.
Thanks, sir. Anybody else? Senator Kenton.
I have actually had the pleasure of working with Ms. Petros in the past during my time as president of the College of Democrats at USF when she was an intern with the ACLU. And I can say that she is a very hard worker who has a firm grasp of not just the practical application of the law, but also the theoretical underpinnings and philosophical ideas that belie all legal thinking and action. She'd be an excellent addition to this court, in my opinion.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Aziz.
I don't know the candidate personally, but looking at the job description and the presentation, I'll say the candidate seems pretty qualified.
Thanks, sir. Anybody else? Senator Coco.
I'd like to motion to vote. No one has any other.
Sure. Any objections to voting? Nope. Senator Goldberg.
Motion to reestablish quorum.
Yes, sir. Any objections to regional carrying justice? All right, have your clickers out. Just click one. That's everybody? That's a yes? Okay. All right. With 32 as our new count. I don't think it changed. Yep. All right. Senator Coco, would you like to reinstate the motion?
Motion to vote.
Any objection to moving the voting procedure? Seeing none. All right, 1 is yes, 2 is no, and 3 is abstain. And Senator Rontar walks in at 6:40. All right, with 31-0-1, nominee is confirmed. Well, sorry, we don't have deals, so
I got it.
Oh, okay.
You raise your right hand and repeat after me. As a member of the student government of the University of South Florida,
As a member of the student government of the University of South Florida,
I, Lindsay Petros,
I, Lindsay Petros,
do hereby affirm
do hereby affirm
to uphold the office of Associate Justice,
to uphold the office of Associate Justice,
to abide by the student body constitution,
to abide by the student body constitution,
to uphold the statutes incorporated therein,
to uphold the statutes incorporated therein,
and to represent the student body to the best of my ability.
and to represent the student body to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
All right, thank you. Next on the agenda is the confirmation of Ms. Alexis Sakakis. If I could have someone come forward and present the position once again.
Any questions?
Has anyone thought of a question between? No? All right. Thank you, sir.
Scott's getting this.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
How do I?
I don't have your presentation either. So.
Hey, Gabby's open. Aziz.
She couldn't find it, so the one from JEC I sent to you. What happened?
Yep, you got it. All right. and you just put the arrows, move it, and laser pointer to the top green one.
Okay.
Other than that, you have 5 minutes. One tap of the gavel at 1 minute, 2 taps at 30 seconds, 3 taps when you're done.
Great.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hi everyone, how you guys doing? Good. All right. Well, my name is Alexis Secaucus, and I am your appointed Supreme Court nominee. So a little bit of background about me. In high school, I was super involved. Anything you can think of, I was a part of. I was the president of mock trial. I was the president of student government. I was cheer captain. I was also on the varsity softball team for 2 years. So my mentality coming into college was to get involved as soon as I could, and that's exactly what I did. My freshman year, I was Zeta Tau Alpha's pledge class president. I was a part of the pre-law society. In my sorority, I was director of activities, and also the summer before I came into college, I had a Tallahassee internship. This upcoming year, I am now the vice president of my sorority of Zeta Tau Alpha. I was the manager at Target, basically was in charge of about 150 different personalities and different people. I was a senator, just like you guys, in the College of Arts and Sciences. I am now the appointed Associate Justice, and I have been chosen for a lot of different programs, such as COSCA that is coming up in Texas. Okay, USF background. I'm a political science pre-law major. My minor is mass communications, which might be changing to criminal justice very soon. Currently have a 3.5 GPA, taking 16 credits. My classes consist of only Tuesday and Thursday, so very open availability for Wednesday meetings. Here's a little rough draft of that schedule. So long days for Tuesdays and Thursdays. Okay, so what have I accomplished so far? So far, as being your newly appointed Associate Justice, I have attended all the official meetings. I have attended the parking appeals. I have had done ride-alongs with the PATS enforcers. I have met with the head of PATS, which is Marie Bowen. I have attended the bull markets to basically publicize the judicial branch. I have sat on a declaratory judgment, and I'm in the office frequently. So I have very open availability. Students can come in whenever, and I will definitely be there. So what are my goals? What am I trying to do? Why do I want to be in the judicial branch? Well, I really want to reestablish the outreach committee. It's all about perception, and I want to make sure that the student body knows our presence in the judicial branch and knows what opportunities we have to offer them. I want to make more connections with politicians in Tallahassee. I want to have more outreach and workshops with our sister branches, such as Lakeland, and basically that's incorporated with our Lakeland Summit. This is just a judicial philosophy I kind of follow, just so you guys kind of see where I'm coming from. Where there is no law, but every man does what is right in his own eyes, there is the least of real liberty. Basically meaning, when you are a justice, you kind of have to separate that, bias. There is no bias. It has to be very black and white, very straightforward. And that's what the mentality that I want to bring to the judicial branch. All right, and that is it.
Thank you. All right, I'll take questions. Senator Brown.
I move it to move into questioning.
Okay, thank you. Any objections? Seeing none. Thank you. Senator Kenton.
Okay, hypothetical situation.
Yes, sir.
There's a vandalism on campus. Someone defaces a parking sign. The next day, Joe lends his girlfriend, Allie, his car. Allie goes and she parks in the aforementioned zone with an expired parking tag. Now, he is assessed a $25 fine. It is his first offense. How do you rule in the situation? He appeals the decision. What is your decision?
One, we'd have to look at the ROPs, and I definitely have to deliberate with my other justices to kind of make sure we understand all the bases, all the information, and that would just be a judgment call based on the situation.
Senator Kent, does that follow up?
Yes. Given your knowledge of the ROPs right now, assume that the other justices on the court have split in their reasoning. They weight your decision. Whatever you say is likely what they will do. What would be, given your knowledge of the circumstances and ROPs as they currently stand, what would your hypothetical judgment be?
Well, first off, if you know the justices, my opinion is going to be one of those. It's going to be definitely taken into perspective, but I definitely trust them a little bit more just because they have the experience. But I would give my opinion. I'd have to meet the person. I'd have to assess the situation. I'd have to see the proof that they have to back it up.
And again, it would just have to be the day, the time, the situation. I'd have to see it.
Questions? Senator Morrison.
So the same question I asked in the previous confirmation process. So what would you say are your, what is your knowledge of the Constitution and statutes? And talk about Title V as well, sort of what you've understood from learning from them.
Okay.
And that would help you understand the duties of your position if you're confirmed.
No problem, sir. Well, the big ones, of course, are going to be the Title III, which is going to be our executive branch. 4, the legislative. 5, which is us, basically outlining all our rules, our expectations. We actually have just made amendments to our statutes regarding like our ROPs and regarding our solicitor and attorney general. And then 7, which is obviously the elections rules committee. So honestly, I'm learning every day. I'm learning from these awesome guys, and all I can do is continue to learn and just do the best job that I can.
Question? Senator Aziz?
It's a two-part question. What would be your jurisprudence? And I think in JC you mentioned like Gordon, like some like what's your legal philosophy?
Okay, so jurisprudence, there's a lot of different types. Mine is probably legal positivism, basically taking the moral judgment out of the legal mindset. There's also different references to jurisprudence, categorizing it into analytical, theoretical, and sociological. Definitely more analytical. I like to know my facts, I like to know my information. In regards to your second question, which was about
legal philosophy, theory, political theory,
legal
theory.
It's legal positivism within jurisprudence.
Senator Colon.
Hello. So I have one question. I actually sat in on I don't know, I guess it was a trial or whatever from the Supreme Court, and they all had different views of how to read the Constitution. Are you more like, it's in black and white, this is exactly what it says, or you're more like, there's a little leeway?
Honestly, I have to admit, I'm very black and white. What I'm reading is what I'm saying. That's going to be the decision. So, I mean, obviously, it's always a conversation. It's always based on every situation, but I'm very analytical. So what it says is what I'm going to follow.
Senator Canton.
I'm going to steal your question from earlier because I loved it. What is your opinion of the moral worth of Batman? Is Batman a good person?
That's a pretty good question. I would say, from an analytical standpoint, Batman is breaking the laws. So, at the bottom line, you might have, my job is to separate my moral, what I think, my moral judgment. So I would have to say, at the end of the day, he is breaking the law, so.
Questions? Senator Bell is there.
Okay, my question is, you mentioned that you interned at Tallahassee last summer or the summer before.
The summer before coming in.
Actually, what did you do and like how has that helped you with being appointed?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Well, I was part of the Girl State program in high school. Basically, the top girls in Florida, they go to Tallahassee, they stay at FSU. They actually do the different branches of the law. So they're involved in from the county level to the federal level. I was actually a justice, so I was actually got to sit in the state Supreme Court. I got to meet Ricky Polston, and basically got to experience kind of everyday life of the government. From that, I met a lot of people who kind of gave me the opportunities to help out at the Leon County, kind of just the people working in Leon County. Basically, I was just kind of like working between different people. There was a girl named Karen Smith. She was kind of the direct person I worked with. She was kind of the assistant under a couple people. I just kind of ran things for them, did a lot of filing, did a lot of paperwork, met a lot of people.
Senator Pellegrino.
How would you act in a situation in which you hold a view completely different from all the other Supreme Court justices?
Well, due to my sorority experience, I'm used to a lot of different opinions. And the boys are no exception, as well as Lindsay. I would have to say, if their opinion is different than mine, I'm going to make sure my opinion's heard. I'm going to make sure I have facts to back it up, and I'm going to make sure that at least they have a good understanding of where I'm coming from. And as long as they understand where I'm coming from, at the end of the day, if we make we're going to make a decision that's a collective. So as long as I get my point across and the information's factual, then I'm pretty satisfied.
Senator Rizzi.
I have a two-part question. One is from Bonna's question, I think. For someone, have you ever attended a trial?
Like what kind of trial?
Any,
like the one.
Any type of trial.
Well, I was in mock trials, so I did mock trials all throughout high school. So yes.
And second question is, what's your experience interpreting legal texts?
Honestly,
legal opinions?
To be completely honest, that's something that I hope to learn. I think that Lindsay has a really good background. I think the guys have a really good background, and that's something that I want to learn, definitely from the Attorney General and the Solicitor General with their legal opinions that they are giving. So it's definitely something that I can only improve on.
Senator Canton.
If there are no questions,
Senator Coker.
Same thing I asked last or previous. So what's the best quality that you feel best fits you for this position?
Without sounding maybe egotistical, I feel like I'm a leader. I take active roles in a lot of the organizations that I'm involved in. I want to be involved. I want to make a difference. I have that passion to do everything I can to make anything better, and I feel like that drive is something that I can really incorporate within the judicial branch and make it a success.
Senator Abraham.
A couple questions. Have you ever attended a student government trial?
Actually, the only one that we just had, like in the past, since I've been here, was the Brown versus the ERC.
Oh, yes.
So I did actually not attend that one, but I look forward to attending some in the future.
Okay, my second question is, have you ever summarized a deposition?
Have I what?
Summarized a deposition.
I have not, but again, I'm ready to learn, and I definitely have a lot of legal background that I can bring to that, so it's not like I'm coming from absolutely nothing.
Okay, sorry. And then one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you, give me an example where you used your analytical, I can't say that word.
Analytical?
Thank you. Skills, and where you've excelled in, please.
Again, sorority I think is going to be the best one to give an example of. I have to solve problems every day. We as well in a sorority, we have rules, regulations. I was also the chair of we have a judicial committee. I was a part of that. And when girls get sent to judicial, there's laws you have to follow. If they break them, they have consequences. So honestly, on a daily basis, I have to use analytical skills to make sure that, we have a good reputation on campus and that my girls are holding themselves to the higher standards.
Senator Aldridge.
Sort of expanding upon the question that Coco just asked, what do you think is the best quality that you're going to give to the court if you're confirmed? So what presence or what type of quality are you going to help infuse into the court if you're confirmed?
Well, a big goal I have is for outreach. My sorority and other organizations I have, it's all about perception. So I want to make sure that what I'm bringing is kind of that creative aspect, that outreach perspective, and really making sure that the court is seen on campus the best way possible.
Senator Carly.
My question is, what besides classes, what are your other obligations and extracurricular activities?
Well, manager at Target, I actually resigned to be appointed as the Supreme Court Justice. So I no longer have that responsibility. I'm the Vice President of Zeta Tau Alpha, so that is a big responsibility. And to be honest, that's about it.
Senator Aziz.
I think during the presentation for the other justice, I think this came up. What is the difference between appellate and original jurisdiction for the court?
Well, original jurisdiction, I can give you an example. Let's say someone wants to impeach the president. That would be under original jurisdiction. The appellate court is in an appeal process. So for example, let's say with the elections coming up, a candidate does something wrong, and the Elections Rules Committee gives them a strike. That candidate can therefore appeal to the Supreme Court, and then that would be jurisdiction over that.
Senator Aldridge.
If there are no other questions, I will motion to discuss.
Any objections? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
And so you're
Moderated 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Sure, any objections to that? Seeing none. You can start. Let's start.
All right. So I think that Ms. Acosta is a qualified candidate for the Supreme Court. I think a quality that is definitely going to be important is the ability to outreach and be productive, and really do the grind of having to go to 10 days or sort of being out there. It's sort of, I don't want to say it's easy, but it's, one central location when you have a major event like a trial or, a hearing where you have to, it's for one time a day, or, one day for maybe, an hour or two where you hear their conversations, you have a discussion with your fellow court members and you make an opinion. But for her to see that vision to go and outreach and expand upon the court's efforts to outreach is something that will not take just an hour amount of time. It will take multiple days, multiple weeks. It's a consistent, or it's a constant effort to try to best advertise what your branch is, why you're important and effective, and why you're helping students. So that's
There you go.
Oh, okay. So that's why I was thinking.
Any more discussion? Senator Clinton.
If there's no more discussion, I would like to motion to move into voting.
Any objections to moving into voting procedures? All right then. Seeing none. One is yes, two is no, three is to abstain. With the 31 to 1 to 1, this nominee is confirmed.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. As a member of the student government for the University of South Florida,
As a member of the student government for the University of South Florida,
I, Alexis Secasas,
I, Alexis Secasas,
do hereby affirm
do hereby affirm
to uphold the office of Associate Justice,
to uphold the office of Associate Justice,
to abide by the student body constitution,
to abide by the student body constitution,
to uphold the statutes incorporated therein,
to uphold the statutes thereby incorporated therein,
and to represent the student body to the best of my ability.
and to represent the student body to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Moving on down the agenda. I can't make a motion, guys. All I can say is let's move on. Statutory legislation, Senator Pellegrino.
Motion to a 5-minute recess.
Seeing multiple objections and an outroar, would you like to rescind?
No.
All right, well, can I get one objection for the record, please? Senator Antar.
I object.
Thank you. Because peanut butter, okay. All right. Sure. So, recess. That's all right? Yeah. All right. Yes, no, to abstain. Yes is yes, recess. No is no recess. And to abstain is, I can't tell you if you want recess or not. Waller. I don't know who else abstained. Who abstained?
I think I look in the middle.
I have a preference to recess, so I don't want to go either way.
It's okay. So Mr. Kent, for the record. Thank you. All right, moving down this beautiful agenda. Yeah, I'm done. Built up to the same one from last week, guys. It's called what were you doing? The Election Efficiency Act. Senator O'Day.
Motion to enter second reading into SBS 54017.
Any objections? All right.
He's probably What's the winning? The intent.
Hello again. So this is SBS 54017. The intent of this legislation is to clarify confusions within the Title VII and to rectify any issues that were suggested during the previous elections. So, let's do it. Again, I would like to remind you guys that a lot of the changes you will be seeing are just basic changes from candidate to candidate or tickets. And from electorate to student body, you will see these changes reoccur throughout the whole document. So the first change, or more significant change, 700.12 campaign ticket, basically reads right now, any group certified to take part in the elections, Senate candidate or ticket, referendum sponsor, referendum campaign, presidential campaign ticket, campaign staff, etc. And it just basically, it's more inclusive of all other types of campaigns. For example, in the past, it was just like a presidential campaign, but now we're making sure that we are also including Senate campaigns and as well as referendum campaigns. So moving on to general election. We added that during the general election we could also have any new constitutional amendment proposed and any referenda to be voted on. And then we have grievance 700.26, and we added to the ERC and can be submitted against a candidate ticket or any group certified to take part in the USF-SG election. So that's pretty straightforward. Moving on. $700.31 midterm elections. Oh, we also added that constitutional amendments can be proposed during midterm elections and any referendum can be voted on as well. Presidential campaign ticket, a joint presidential and vice presidential ticket that has been certified by the Election Rules Commission to campaign, including campaign staff, which is basically pretty much straightforward. And then we have 700.3A referendum campaign. Then again, I would like to remind you that one of the main things that we did in this committee was to split, due to the previous controversy, we split up the campaign, the referendum campaign and the referendum itself. What we decided to do in committee was to have the ERC handle the referendum campaign, which would be all the procedural aspect of the referendum. And then if there is some sort of issue with the referendum content, then that would be handled by the Supreme Court. And so in order to carry out with this idea, we created 700.38, which is the referendum campaign definition, and it reads, any group supporting a referendum that was certified to take part in the election, a referendum campaign will be considered a type of campaign ticket as well. And referendum campaign staff, any person who is working or volunteering on behalf of a referendum campaign in any capacity. So basically what we want to do is start treating campaign or referendum as a candidate. There will be obviously a person behind the referendum or a group of people, and that would be the referendum campaign. So moving on, we have, I already did 700.40. Again, some more general changes. And we have 700.50 violation, an assessment given by the Election Rules Commission for a breach of any student government governing documents which may be access to a candidate ticket or any group taking part in the USFSG election. It's just basically more explanation of violations. Keep going. Candidate or ticket again. And then we have 701.2.2, and this is under the duties of the officers of the Election Rules Commission, and it reads, make public and accessible to all students on the student government website any and all referenda, constitutional amendments, and required campaign documents in collaboration with Executive Branch Department of Public Relations and Communications. And this is just basically to avoid any sort of publication or advertisement conflict that may have taken place in the past. This is just to make sure that the people working the duties of the officers of the Election Rules Commission also includes properly advertising these documents. We have 701.2.4, and actually no, report and investigate any breach of any student government governing document by a candidate or ticket, including campaign, presidential campaign, referendum campaign, etc., or member of campaign staff, including campaign, presidential campaign, referendum campaign. This is just to make sure that it can report and investigate any sort of, or any entity or any party taking part in elections. And then we have 701.2.2, vote on grievances submitted against a candidate or ticket during any election. That's just pretty straightforward. 701.2.6, access violations upheld against a candidate or ticket. Thank you. All right, moving on. Keep going. All right, and then we have 701.6.8. For all general and midterm elections, the Election Rules Commission shall certify the results on the Friday following the close of the respective elections polls, no earlier than 5 p.m. and no later than 8 p.m. This is just basically giving the supervisor of elections a 3-hour time period in which they must certify the elections. And then, pending any grievances filed, keep that in mind. If a grievance is filed against a Senate election, then the results for the respective college will not be certified until the grievance is resolved. So basically, if there is one person from the College of Arts and Sciences that has a grievance filed against, then that whole college will not be certified until that grievance is resolved. And the purpose of this is basically, you don't want to put someone in power that there is a complaint against without really solving this complaint. You don't know if it turns out to be accurate or not. At the same time, even if you were to remove this person while the grievance is being processed, then you don't really want to put somebody else in power when, again, you don't really know if this complaint is accurate or not. Moving on, if a grievance is filed against a presidential election, then the results of the presidential election will not be certified until the grievance is resolved. Same reasoning behind it. If a grievance is filed against a referendum, election, or constitutional amendment, then those results will not be certified until the grievance is resolved. Same reasoning behind that. And then at 701.6.9, in the absence of the supervisor of elections, the Student Government Advice and Training Operations Bureau shall be responsible for certification of the election within 24 hours of the close of the election. That's just to make sure that we will have our election certified even if the ERC is not available. And then we have 702.1.1. We amended this part and we added, so basically it reads, students interested in running for the offices of President, Vice President, and Senator will be able to pick up an application packet from the Elections Rules Commission and access it online starting on the first day of the spring classes prior to the general election. That's just making sure that it will be, or putting it in statutes which it already is accessed online. So we're just putting it in the statutes. Moving on. Again, more of the same general changes that we proposed. 702.7.8, no grievances may be filed with the Election Rules Commission after 5 p.m. on the date of the certification of the results of the general election. So just basically what I explained previously. A person will have until 5 p.m. of the Friday after elections to file a grievance. And then the supervisor of elections will have from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. to certify the elections. Again, provided that there are no grievances pending. Again, we're just saying that you can vote on any referendum during midterm elections. 703.2.5, we're just adding the proper name to it, and we're adding the sentence, the ERC may still hold candidate meetings during this time, and the time it's referring to is a week before the elections, in which Esgato does the investigation of the candidates. So it's basically saying that the ERC can still have the candidate meetings during this week. Alright, the first change you see right here, we struck the word general in the title, and then 704.1 we changed from general to elections, just because this section refers to general information, but we just didn't want to have the word general because it may be misunderstood to mean general elections, to refer to general elections. So we just, elections, it's easier. So we have 704.1.1, and it says, in all Supreme Court hearings where the Election Rules Commission is a party in a case against the candidate or ticket and or his or her ticket, they will be represented by a student government attorney general. In the event that the attorney general and deputy attorney general are unable to represent the ERC shall appoint their own student representation. And honestly, that's just to make sure that there will be someone representing the ERC. And actually in committee we had quite a discussion about this point. So moving on. .2.4, the current student body president and vice president, as well as members in a college of the current Senate, are the only people who can be subjected to a recall election as outlined in the student body constitution. I mean, that's pretty straightforward. You cannot recall anybody other than the people you elect. And then just general changes. 705.3.2. Should a student acquire the necessary signatures to be the student to get the student referendum on the ballot, then the referendum may be proposed to the student body at the next midterm or general elections held within the fall and spring academic semesters. And that, that's just basically because we don't really want to have a referendum election. Whenever a person proposes a referendum, it's just easier to have these referendums be on the midterm and general election ballot. I mean, yeah, that's pretty straightforward right there. And then 705.3.3, the official's ballot shall state verbatim the student referendum as submitted by the student and authorized by the Supreme Court. The reason why it says and authorized by the Supreme Court is I just want to like to remind you that the Supreme Court now has constitutional conformity, which means that they offer the service of reviewing referendums just to make sure that they do not violate any university statutes or state law or university policies. So that is constitutional conformity, and that is why it says and authorized by the Supreme Court. 705.3.5, the deadline for the student referendum to be submitted to the Election Rules Commission shall be 20 business days, and we changed from 10 to 20 because it will just give them a little bit more time. I mean, they have to check every single signature for the referendums, and they have to make sure that there are actually students, the ones that signed the petition. 705.3.6, the referendum, as well as the reason for bringing forth the referendum, shall be made public and accessible to all the students on the student government website at least 5 business days prior to the election in which it will be voted on. And that's just, again, to make sure that the referendum will be properly advertised in a timely manner before the election, so we don't have to have any more problems regarding that. 705.3.7, a majority of the votes cast in favor of the student referendum shall constitute the non-binding approval of the student referendum by the student body. As just basically saying that, I mean, it is a non-binding approval. We don't as a student government, we don't have to act on it. That's just basically what non-binding means. So 705.4.3, the student government referendum must pass by a simple majority vote of the Senate and be signed by both the Senate President and the student body president in order to be placed on the ballot to be voted upon by the student body at the next midterm or general election held within the fall and spring academic semesters. And we're adding the student body president as a way of checks and balances, just to make sure that if it's signed by the Senate President, then we also have the student body president have a say in it, and we just specify a little bit more on the elections. 705.4.4, the official ballot shall state verbatim the student government referendum as submitted by the officer and approved by the Senate. 705.4.5, the official ballot shall also include a statement explaining the reason for bringing forth the student government referendum. 705.4.6, the deadline for the student government referendum to be submitted to the Election Rules Commission shall be 15 business days prior to election in which it will be voted on. 705.4.7, the referendum, as well as the reason for bringing forth the referendum, shall be made public and accessible to all students on the student government website at least 5 business days prior to the election in which it will be voted on. Again, to make sure that it's properly advertised in a timely manner. 705.4.8, a majority of the votes cast in favor of the student government referendum shall constitute the non-binding approval of the student government referendum by the student body.
Questions at the end?
Questions at the end. 705.5.1, and this is under constitutional amendments. Any student may propose a constitutional amendment. The amendment must be approved by a supermajority vote of Senate and be signed by both the Senate President and the student body president before being placed on the ballot to be voted upon by student body at the next midterm or general election held within the fall and the spring academic semester. So again, we're including both the Senate President and the student body president, and we're just providing more general information about when and where the amendment will be placed. And then we struck 705.5.2, and then we added 705.5.2 would say the deadline for the constitutional amendment to be submitted to the Election Rules Commission shall be 15 business days prior to the election in which it will be voted on. So it's just giving them more time from 10 to 15. 705.5.3, the constitutional amendment shall be made public and accessible to all the students on the student government website with an explanation of what is being proposed at least 5 business days prior to the election in which it will be voted on. Again, make sure that it will be properly advertised. I think that's about it. And then 705.5.5 was stricken because we already addressed the grievance deadline. Yes. And that's it? Is that it?
Yep.
Mr.
That it is. We've reached the end of the bill. That is the second reading. On the floor today, it can be amended. Any questions? So let's go.
Mr. Rontar, 704.4.7. Website.
701?
The one that said that it has to be on the website. Who's in charge of that? To publish the.
You mean 705.4.2?
That's what I meant, I'm sorry. On a lot of 7.0s. Yeah, 705.4.7.
Mr. Aldridge.
I can help
You
answer
can
that
help,
question.
okay.
If you can look at 701 point, I'll say about 5. Maybe I have a little farther. Point 3. Okay, point 2. I know it's, there it is. It's going to be the ERC's job to do it in
Okay.
collaboration with the public relations, which includes the referendum and constitutional amendment.
Thank you, sir.
Morhone, Mr. Morhone.
Okay, regarding just that specific section, is there any way we can kind of tie it back to 701.2.2?
They,
like just say as
it
stated in.
It is sort of, yeah, it's implied. I don't know, it's implied. So the first one would say that it has to be published by this time, and then within their job duties says they have to publish it. So.
Okay, so it's just that for legislative writing like this, usually it's better to have it clear cut rather than just kind of like an implication of who should do it, in my opinion. So.
Well, seeing as to how it is an official document, and it says that it shall be posted and made accessible in public, that's already stated that the office, I mean, if the body would like to add that amendment to make that more clear, but it says already that the office shall be responsible for making public and accessible all these documents, and seeing as how that isn't a document that needs to be made accessible in public, pretty clear cut that it's the ERC's job along with the executive branch. However, if they'd like to make it more clear cut, that's the body's decision. Mr. Aldridge.
I'm just going to clarify, maybe try to clarify one more time. So the one in 705 just says that it has to be done by this deadline. The reason why there's two different areas of, well, okay, there's two reasons why there's two different areas. First reason is that the 705 is specifically dealing with the referendum process, while 701 deals with the duties of the officers. The second reason why it's different is that the one in 705 is talking specifically about the deadline of which it will be the job of whoever to put that on the website. So they have, whoever will become the person in charge of it will have 5 business days. Then this one, going back to the duties, clarifies that it's these people that have the job to put on referendums, constitutional amendments, any all campaign documents. So, I mean, does that help clarify? Like, it would be, so when we see next week the people coming up for ERC, that is going to be their duties. So one of their duties already going to be to upload anything. And then the 705 just says, you need it by this time. Okay. Make sure everything's okay.
Any further points or questions? Mr. Aldridge. And we'll go to Mr. Canning.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Canning.
We have to make a motion moving to discussion, right? No?
I mean,
well,
if you move to discuss, then yeah, we can have an official forum to discuss. But seeing as to how the floor is open, I'd say I accept points. Mr. Aldridge.
You mentioned at the start of your reading of the bill about 700.38, I think it was, about how we clarified sort of when the ERC has that ability, like what their purview is. But that doesn't talk about anything about defining where the purview, sort of where the breakdown goes. So you said talk about the 700.38 said that a referendum campaign, which I understand that definition. It seems like it makes sense. It doesn't say anything about that the ERC will look at violations that are specifically related to the process, whereas the Supreme Court will look at violations specific to the content. Like that's not specified anywhere.
Anymore?
Anywhere.
Anywhere, and I completely agree with you.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So I feel like it should be included in there. I mean, I completely agree with you. It should be in there, but I don't know. I mean, do you have any suggestions, Mr. Aldridge?
Well, if I may make a point as the chair, given as to how you made this point about implied definitions and implied duties, it does not mention anywhere in there the actual content of the referendum. It just mentions the group supporting the referendum, actually supporting the referendum. So, seeing as how that's not the referendum language, I would assume that the referendum language would be out of their purview. However, again, it's up to the body to specify more. Mr. Aldridge, I'll let you take it, or Mr. Cannon seems to have a suggestion.
I actually have a question.
Sure.
Alright, so when I was looking through this, there's a constitutional question I have. Amendment 12 of the Constitution states the Supreme Court shall have jurisdiction over all cases, controversies, and referendums, excluding those delegated to other entities by the University Board of Trustees involving the student body and student government associations, including the power to declare any act of student government association unconstitutional. By that definition, wouldn't giving the ERC any measure of authority over the referendum process violate our Constitution?
Mr. Aldridge.
I want to reply. Here's why my unbiased opinion is that the answer is no. When you talk about the Supreme Court will have jurisdictions over anything, that sort of means that at some point along the way they're going to have a say in how it goes. It doesn't mean that they're going to strictly be the group that has the only say, or they're going to have the say at this specific time. So obviously, one that knows government documents, the idea would be to sort of clarify at which time do these referendums go in front. So that's why between this attempt to update Title VII and the attempts to update Title V, to sort of say referendums come, further delineate the rules. So referendums go to the Supreme Court at this time through this process, whether it be original or appellate. So just because it says that the Supreme Court has jurisdiction over all of it, does not mean that the other groups have that ability as well. It just says at some point along the way, the Supreme Court will have something to say. Like there's a body, they have to see the referendum at some time, one way or the other.
Ms. Pellegrino?
I would also like to add to that in the Constitution does not specify what type of jurisdiction the Supreme Court has. It doesn't say original or appellate jurisdiction, so it's really open to interpretation. So just keep that in mind.
Mr. Aziz?
But in Title V, it splits it up to appellate and original, right?
In the past, yeah.
I mean, but right now, in statutes, it splits it up to appellate and original.
Mr. Aldridge?
Well, right now it says the original contest, within original jurisdiction it says a contest of elections, and within appellate it says anything involving the Election Rules Commission. So, frankly, and since it's sort of funny that both groups are sitting in a row from each other that had the issue during the midterm elections, the reason why there was conflicting discussions and points was that one group thought conflict of elections meant one thing, and one group thought conflict of elections meant another thing. So, A, I would like to try to amend that when we get to Title V. B, that is why we had this discussion about Title VII, about where we're going to break down, where we're going to have the breakdown of where referendums, where do they go, and who sees it first, or how the process goes.
Mr. Canton?
So, as I'm understanding your arguments, you're saying that it is constitutional because the Supreme Court, the clause says that the Supreme Court must have jurisdiction, but they do not have to be the sole body that has some measure of jurisdiction. And it is up to interpretation whether it means that they have to have some sort of appellate jurisdiction or original jurisdiction over it. Do I understand the point correctly?
Mr. Aldridge?
Either, yes, either the sort of, opinion, you said a word and I completely forgot what you meant by that, but either the opinion of the body looking at it, or if it's up to us to delineate that further in the governing documents that come underneath the Constitution.
I guess the only question I'd have about that is that in Amendment 12, it specifies that it shall have jurisdiction over all cases, controversies, and referendums, excluding those delegated to other entities by the University Board of Trustees, which would seem to imply to me that the power to delegate and delineate what specific kinds and types of jurisdiction, or if they have jurisdiction, is not a power that rests with student government, but is a power that rests with the Board of Trustees. Does that make sense?
Mr. Aldridge?
I think the way that it clarifies it now is that the only ones who go to what you were talking about there was that it would be the board of trustees, it would go to them first, and then if they felt like it was not within their purview, it would go to the Supreme Court. That's how I felt like you were trying to describe it. But the way it's described is the opposite. So the Supreme Court would have jurisdiction unless it's something that is unless it's something that the student government cannot handle. Like student government does not have the jurisdiction to dictate, for example, where they spend their money or what food to get. For examples of the past year or so with referendum. So it's only in instances where we are unable to change it strictly by ourselves that which they would go to the board of trustees for their opinion or it's things that would have to supersede what we do. Those things would be the ones that go to the board of trustees.
I don't know if I made my point clear.
I believe a simpler resolution to this is just understanding that a referendum and a referendum campaign are separate. And that's the intent of this legislation, is to separate the two. So that the ERC has the jurisdiction over the campaign and the logistics of that campaign, whereas the actual referendum in itself, in terms of its language and its intent, is under the purview of the judicial branch. As when it was written, that's so far as I believe. If it has changed since, I was not aware of that. But Mr. Canton, go ahead.
I was just confused because last week I had asked specifically if there was now kind of a third entity outside of the referendum created that, like, I thought that I was told last week that the referendum campaign and the referendum itself were not two separate entities, but were one thing. So that was the understanding that I had taken away. After
let's clarify.
So, this book right here, imagine this with the referendum. So they would have jurisdiction over the content of what's written grammatically or what have you, right? Like as long as it conforms constitutionally, whatever they write is fine. Now the way they present the book, like they can walk up to you at a polling station and say, hey, did you read this lovely book? That is not within the purview of the judicial branch, that's the purview of the ERC. At least that's the way this reads. Because, excuse me, the judicial branch does not have the ability or manpower even to be manning stations or running around making sure referendum people are not doing wrong things. That's why you have an ERC, that's why you have an Election Rules Commission. And so the way it's split, it's one thing, but it is split into two concepts, like two just concepts in the sense that jurisdiction for the concept lies to the judicial branch, and like jurisdiction of the actual presentation and logistics behind the implementation of what paper you plan essentially lies with the ERC.
Mr. King. But then if you take that interpretation of it, that runs back into my question about Amendment 12, because then if you're saying that there's a conceptual difference between the content and the presentation of the referendum, that it remains essentially one cohesive whole, then we can't split that. We can't split the jurisdiction of one and the other, because the Supreme Court has to have jurisdiction over all referendum unless there's an exclusionary, unless there's something specifically excluded by the Board of Trustees, as I understood the amendment. So I don't know if that...
So you're saying that you would like the Board of Trustees to have made that distinction as opposed to us having made that distinction?
Well, as I understood the amendment, that would be the only way that it would have been, that it would be legal for us to do that. But that was why I asked the question, because I'm not sure that that was the correct interpretation of that.
I believe that in the language itself, it says excluding those delegated to other entities by the University Board of Trustees, that it's referring to the cases and controversies or a referendum that has been delegated to someone other than the judicial branch or the Supreme Court. So, say for instance there was a referendum as opposed to the actual splitting of that referendum, it's referring to a referendum that's been delegated to a court higher than the Supreme Court, if it were to exist, or to another body, to somebody lower than the Supreme Court. Not necessarily in the separation of those contexts, I would think. It's not that they need to be making our laws. This is our law. This is our strategies. Yeah. And as such, that's how we are writing these now. That is the authority we are now using that has been vested in us to create these laws. Okay. Further points or questions? Mr. Canton, if you'd like to go ahead.
Unrelated, there's just a few small amendments I would like to propose that shouldn't affect the substance of
Are
the
they in a
bill.
grammatical nature referring to the candidate for ticket?
Yeah.
Okay.
These things are just to that.
Go ahead. Just refer to the other one in case he likes those amendments.
Yeah, I believe they were fixed in our other copy, but this other copy also
okay.
contained additional amendments.
Yeah, there's just
Seeing
a
as
few
how they are
questions
of a grammatical nature, they will be fixed prior to actually being posted.
Okay.
I have spotted a couple of them, and when I spot them, I correct them as I can.
There's one point that is just for readability that is not.
Sure, which one?
700.50. As it currently reads, an assessment given by the Election Rules Commission for a breach of any student governing document which may be assessed to a candidate, ticket, or any party or any group taking part in a USF-SG election. Could I suggest rewording that to say an assessment given by the Election Rules Commission to a candidate, ticket, or group taking part in a USF-SG election for breach of any student governing document? It makes the I forgot what the grammatical terms were. But yeah, I think it's better.
That's a motion by Mr. Canton. Are there any? What's that?
Can you post and reread it?
Okay. So a motion to change 700.50 to violation of the assessment given by the Election Rules Commission, which may be assessed to a candidate, ticket, or any group taking part in the USFG election for a breach of any student government governing documents. Are there any objections to that motion by Mr. Canton? Not seeing any. The language is accepted. Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Aziz.
I'd like to yield time to David Hausman for the question.
Regarding, there are several points in the legislation and changes in which it states that it should go for a vote of Senate, and then it should be followed by a signature by Senate President, and then off to the student body president for signature. And I was questioning as whether that's something that's implied. So when Senate votes on something, the Senate President certifies that Senate voted in favor of that. So that's what their signature implies, and that's like an automatic action. And so I was questioning if whether or not, by breaking it into two separate actions and statutes, it gave the Senate President the potential to not sign something, even if Senate has certified that. So if Senate places that vote, my question would be, by breaking it into two separate actions, then does that leave the Senate President with the ability not to sign something?
Mr. Patel?
Just really quick, just like not related to this, but it's conceptual. Like a budget bill, you guys approve a budget bill, I have 5 days to sign it and Will has 10, if that makes any sense. Like, it's just like a timeline thing. You can deal with it however you want, but it's just like a reference point.
Mr. Priest.
Like, also kind of going off of that, I asked. Safe. Anyway, I asked last week kind of about that because I was like, well, like let's say that we sign something and the president is like not in favor of it, and like are we kind of forcing him to sign it? Technically, we're like not, even so it's
The
still.
Senate President or President?
No, I'm talking about like Will, for example.
Oh,
if he had to sign.
If he can be,
Yeah, like that's what I was saying. Like when you were saying, is it implied?
His signature is not implied. Mine is generally implied because I can't really sign, like my signature isn't worth much without a vote count to back it up, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'd sign something, but there'd be nothing proving that you guys said anything or proved anything. And then Will's, imagine Will didn't agree with something. He can veto it, but it comes back to you guys to, I guess, overturn his veto or not.
I'm just looking at the relevant statutes. Are there any further points or questions pertaining to the point raised by Mr. Hausman? Mr. Aldridge, is that a hand raised?
It's a point raised to this question. I mean, that's how it's clarified in for statutory and all the other bills we did.
It does break it into two separate actions.
It's clarified that it's once signed, once passed. Well, I think it is clarified in there that once passed, that it's signed by both the Senate President and the President.
Okay, as long as it's broken into separate actions and other statutes, then that falls in line, but if it's not.
I'm most positive that's what it is. And it follows in procedure, it falls in line with past procedure.
I think we could verify that. Maybe Mr. Canton, if you have statutes up.
It's some statutes.
would be a good start, and our ROPs.
Yeah. Control find Senate presidents.
Someone else should do this. I think you did it.
We'll go to Mr. Blamus and then Mr. Aziz.
Can we go to the section where the states about the non-binding?
Sure, we can. Mr. Blamus, do you have a point to raise? Do you have a point to raise regarding that?
Yeah, if we could just reread it one more time, and then I'll.
Sure. So the non-binding language is in 2 lines. The first one is 705 point. Oh no. Seven 5.3.7 and 705.4.8.
Okay, let's do 0.3.7 first, I guess.
Majority of votes cast in favor of the student referendum shall constitute a non-binding approval of the student referendum by the student body.
And then the next one, please.
The next one pertains to majority of votes cast in favor of the student government referendum shall constitute a non-binding approval of the student government referendum by the student body.
Is that the same point, I guess? Same.
Essentially.
So when it's student referendum, that was student government referendum?
Yep.
Now, what exactly we need to do to make it a binding referendum instead of non-binding?
Well, there would need to be a procedure for that outline. Because there are certain referendums, and the issue that arose in committee was that there are certain referendums that by their own nature cannot be binding. And who is to decide which of those are binding and which of those are non-binding upon student government or upon the outside body in which we would like for it to be binding. And Mr. Suna, I believe, has a point that he'd like to raise, and that's the main thing that we had that Mr. Suna would like to continue. Suna?
I would like for the referendums to be binding, and I think that in committee we had an issue determining like how we go about making them binding and what would happen if they were binding but we could not do them. So I was thinking what we do is we make all the referendums binding, and then to make them non-binding, you would do you do a vote. It'd be a clause that says you do like a vote of majority of Senate votes to make it non-binding, and with the signature of the president would also make it non-binding. That way it's like it's a check and balance for each. And let's say if you were to veto it, that gives you the ability to do a supermajority vote by Senate to make it non-binding. Something along.
So to clarify, the check and balance that you're proposing is that we check and balance ourselves.
Well, I mean, that's what the government checks and balances itself.
Now, the referendum itself would be binding upon the entirety of student government as an entity. And I'm playing the devil's advocate here. But that's probably not my job. But that's just a question to ask. However, if it's imposed upon the entirety of the student government as an entity, and the entirety of student government, given the Senate and the student body president, are the ones ruling on it being binding or non-binding, do you think that is an actual check and balance?
Yeah, I mean, so the first point I do want to bring up is that for the referendum, it has to go through constitutional conformity. So if it's something we can legally do, I think we should do it. And then if it comes down to the fact that it's not just legal anymore, it's something that we just can't do, it's just not pecuniarily feasible, it's just not something not within our reach, then we would go ahead and we do a sort of, like, when I say reach, I mean something we don't have the effort or the time for, the ability to put forth that effort or that money, is that we do a vote of student government Senate, and a majority vote would constitute it, would like send a bill forward to the president that would be non-binding, and then he signs it off, the same way you guys do legislation here. And then it'd be like a veto, and then you could...
Now, what do you think would regulate the language of the bill to be voted on by the Senate and then sent to the student body president? And what do you think would regulate the reasoning on which they decided to be binding or non-binding? And anybody can answer that question, but Mr. Suni already still has the floor. So.
Well, it comes down to the way Senate wants to word it. It's not like I'm going to create a template for Senate that the Senate will have to use year and year and year again. I just don't think that would be appropriate.
Well, if there is nothing regulating it, maybe it's just, is there a possibility that it would just become, instead of an actual check and balance, a blank vote based on whether or not it was within their desire to act on a referendum?
That's the point. If it was something along the line, if it was a blank vote, then it comes down to the president also has to agree not to do it. So that way Senate can't just be like, we don't want to do this and not do it because they'll say they have a very influential Senate president. So the executive branch can actually go and veto that. And then if a supermajority vote comes back, then they just don't do it. So that way, just in case, no one side can say they don't want to do it. Both sides have to agree.
I'll go ahead and run the floor now. There are a lot of hands up, so I'm going to start taking the list as we can speak. We'll go, Mr. Canton.
Can I yield time to the president?
Okay, Mr. Togo, yeah, you may yield time to the president.
You should recognize them.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Warren.
Thank you. Well, just kind of to counter that point, wouldn't it make more sense to leave it non-binding? And then if it makes sense, student government can enact it? Because my fear is that maybe it's like we want to liquidate student government, build a theme park, and the referendum passes. And so then what do we do? Because we don't have a student government or a senate anymore because it's not binding. It makes sense to have it as non-binding, and then if it makes sense to government, it's our responsibility as representatives of the student body to act on it if we can.
Well, just a point of clarification to his point, that would have failed constitutional conformity because it's a Florida state law to have a student government and a senate that allocates your money.
Okay, and I don't know.
I'm just like that's my definition.
Build a theme park. Student government should build a theme park. Now it's binding.
That's a hypothetical that the body should consider. Seeing as how there are multiple hands up, I have a list, and the way it is currently is Canton, Aziz, Abu Moose, and then Abraha. So Canton, Mr. Patel.
I want to be on the list.
I will put you on the list. You raise your hand later. Mr. Canton has had his hand up for a while. Mr. Canton.
Okay, so the way that I understand SAFE's proposal is that once the referendum is voted on, if it's approved by the student body, it becomes a binding resolution unless the Senate takes a vote to have it be a non-binding resolution. And the mechanism through which we take that vote could either be automatic or voluntary. It depends on how we write it. My question, first of all, is that an incorrect understanding of what your position was?
Mr. Sin, could you clarify really quick?
Yeah, I think so far you got it. I'm just a little confused about the automatic or voluntary. Do you mean that there's an automatic vote after every referendum within Senate?
Well, that's what I was saying is the way that you're wording it, it seems to me we could either have a vote by choice or we could write the statute so that every time a referendum comes through, the Senate has to vote on it.
I mean, regardless, it would be the same. It's a mechanism that would reach the same goal. So that would be up to you guys.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, I thought it was going to be voluntary. But you bring up a good point. Automatic would be almost would work just as well.
So, first of all, it doesn't really seem like. What's the difference between voting on making it non-binding versus voting on whether it's a binding resolution?
It's the nature of the referendum when it first is proposed. Now, when it is first proposed and passed, shall it be binding or shall it be non-binding? In which case, if it is always non-binding and no action is taken, then we're never in the red. However, if it is always binding and we take no action, then we are immediately in the red.
And this is my point, is it's way more confusing to have it be automatically binding and then have to have a vote on whether it's non-binding. Then we also run into the issue of what is it, in the time period between when Senate meets and takes a vote on whether it's non-binding or binding, what is the legal force of this referendum? Can it be binding for a week and then as soon as we vote that it's non-binding, our laws have changed course again? It doesn't make any sense not to have us just vote, have it be automatically non-binding with an option to vote to make it binding.
There are multiple hands raised in response. I believe. Mr. Abu Moose, was that a direct response to this question?
Let him respond. I had a different point regarding the other point I made. But
Okay. Mr. Sina?
So if you guys make it non-binding, though, it'll never be binding. So the way it works is Senate doesn't actually take initiative. Senate doesn't do the initiative. Senate doesn't actually execute it. Senate gives the money. They are the purse of student government here. You guys will never do the initiatives yourselves. It's usually exec that takes over initiative. They're the ones that are programming. No, they help. They give funding, but they don't actually deal with the logistics of executing these initiatives. So I'm saying is if it's non-binding, let's say a student body president who was not as morally strict as Mr. Ormke is, it comes into power, they may just choose to never do it. They might just ignore it no matter what the student body referendum is, if it's good or bad, if it's possible or not possible. I think by putting it as binding, you make student government have to do what the students want them to do, not just be like, we can do it if we want to, we can just not do it if we don't want to. Our job is to voice their concerns. It's actually part of I mean, all the presentation, like if like students coming in to be candidates, your job is to be the voice of the students, not just your own voice. So by making it binding, you are forced to be the voice of the students. And if it's not feasible, then you guys have that mechanism in which you can say we cannot do it. So we just make it non-binding. But by making it non-binding, you can never make it binding again. It's already going to be non-binding from the start. You can't make it binding.
Here's a suggestion to the Senate. Now, having a free-flowing discussion is great for when we have, minor bills. Seeing as how this is a major issue.
It's time sensitive today.
And it is time sensitive. I think that one of the downfalls is that we lose track of time. I think that if somebody motioned for an actual caucus in which we can keep track of who speaks, and we give them speaking time, so nobody dominates the discussion, and so that we can keep track of our time as well, that would be much more facilitated towards this discussion. So I get a motion for a discussion. Ms. Abraham?
Motion for 10 minutes discussion, 1 minute, 15 minutes discussion, 1 minute speaking time.
Are there any objections to a 15-minute discussion with 1 minute speaking time? Mr. Cannon?
Could I offer a friendly amendment to increase the speaking time to 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, so 15-minute caucus with 10-minute speaking times. Are there any objections? Mr. Abinamoose?
Not an objection, but another friendly amendment. If we're going to do 2 minutes per person and only 15, I think we should upgrade to at least 20, 25.
20-minute caucus with 2 minutes speaking times. Are there any objections? Or Ms. Abraham, do you accept that? Are there any objections to the 20-minute caucus with 2 minutes speaking times? Seeing none, we are now in a moderated discussion which will expire at 8:27.
She gets to go first.
Ms. Abraham, seeing as how you open the caucus.
Okay. I think the first thing I saw this discussion happen because I went for the first meeting, but I just would like, aside from the whole what if somebody decides to build a theme park area, I would like to have a realistic non-binding versus binding thing, like a discussion of how just have that discussion of how one could, if we did have non-binding and this came up, because they're saying once you go through, it goes through the judicial branch, so therefore it won't violate anything in the Constitution, whether it's the actual Constitution or SG Constitution, right? Okay, so we get that part. It's just we can't do it because of money problems or whatever. So I feel like let's be realistic with what to expect rather than just shutting it down completely. Personally, my only concern is how do you make something non-binding but it's supposed to be a referendum. A referendum is having somebody's voice. How are you going to tell somebody to have a voice and then say, oh wait, but your voice doesn't count? That's my only concern. But yeah.
Mr. Patel, below
Okay, so all I want to do is call the argument of the water park. I'm sorry I made a reference to a water park, man. We don't have to use perfectly. But imagine a water park. Imagine someone legitimately put up for reference saying, hey, we want a water park. One, we're not saying that, because it's binding, it has to be binding based on random merits. You can obviously have a Senate vote and the actual statement or justification of why we cannot do this be there is not the fiscal resources, nor is there location on this campus, nor is there money, nor is there staff. That is a project that takes too long, longer than one term to finish that. That to me is a justifiable answer. And if you gave that to the person who was hosting a referendum that said water park, you gave that as a response, I'm sure that would, make them not as mad. You can just show them hey, there's no feasible way to do this. You can suggest stuff and keep coming back up to the office and talking to us about it. But I don't think it's going to be done this year. It's not something that can be done in this feasible year. Now, talking about other things. So, imagine
1 minute.
If a student wanted something right now, Bulls Radio is made out of essentially a whim to have a competitive news market. So, something that someone wanted was done because Bulls Radio, And then safety. Imagine safety. We pay them $400,000. Now, if a student comes up to you, signs a referendum saying, hey, they want a zoo. A petting zoo on campus, and enough students back it, and we can fundamentally, feasibly fund this and provide a learning opportunity for students to pet to pet animals and biosafety and involved in this, veterinarians to be involved in this. I don't see why that is a problem. That's why I fix it. Why is that something to promote that? If we can do all these other things, like start a radio show and have golf carts until 3 a.m. driving drunk people around, I'm pretty sure we can handle most things.
Mr. Elo is next on the list.
The way I feel about the non-binding part is that we are the voice of the students essentially. So if they're voting to put it on a referendum, it could just be they really want to see the idea to see if it's actually going to happen.
but we are the ones that should be monitoring it as elected people to see if it's feasible, if we should do it. So by saying here, this is going to be binding, if you put it in unless we decide you want to, you're pretty much saying your voice counts, but it doesn't matter anyways in the end anyway. So by telling them it's non-binding, but we're going to try our best if that's what the students want, it's essentially like taking a vote for the library hours and seeing if that's what students want. In the end, it's all going to come back to Senate in the end if it's non-binding, and if it's feasible, if it's what the students want, it's our duty to do that for them, whether it's binding, non-binding. So by keeping us non-binding, we're still looking out for the voice of the students. We're still seeing what they want so that we can put it through in the end.
Okay. Mr. Moose?
My point of two is that I believe the new rule now is that it has to go through Supreme Court to begin with, correct?
The referendum? Yeah.
And then it has to go and get the certain amount of signatures, which is the percentage right now is what, 5%
of the student body.
And then it has to come on the Senate?
No.
Is that correct or no?
After, point of clarification, after it meets the specific numbers, it's on the ballot. All it has to be, let's vote on the student body. We don't have it to say.
Yeah, the general election ballot.
Yeah, all it has to do is meet the deadlines in terms of submitting it to the ERC and that being put on the website.
So I mean, through going through all those, not necessarily checks and balances, but I guess like weed out processes through the Supreme Court, and then we had the student body signing for it, then we had the student body voting for it. I think we have enough people checking it and seeing that it's a pretty good idea. I mean, like some of these crazy ideas that I'm hearing, do you think it's going to go through Supreme Court and get student body signatures and get student body to vote on all that? Like, it just seems kind of like unheard of. Like, why would students vote for something ridiculous, sign for something ridiculous, and the Supreme Court just like too many things, you know? It's like, yes, I made my point there. Anyways, so I think since it went through so many checks and balances, since it went through so many people, that I think at that point it's deserved to be binding. And then if we see that it's not correct, and then if we see that it's unfeasible or something, then as Mr. Secretary said, we can vote against it and then shut it down.
Mr. Kane is next on the list.
Okay, so there's a concern I had last week, and I don't think that any of the checks and balances addressed in a specific manner, which is we represent the entire student population, not just the majority of the student population. And I'm afraid that referendums can come up that will unfairly disadvantage minorities. For instance, what if a referendum came up that said we will spend no more money improving the Magnolia dormitories? I mean, that's every other residence hall may vote for that, and that may be the majority of the students, but then that's unfair to the populations of that residence hall. And there may be like specific statutory things in that one case, but the general principle that there are minority groups that can be unfairly disadvantaged by an unchecked system of majoritarian democracy, that is a sound principle and something that we have to look over. And I think that if we make it so that the student government has to approve a resolution before it becomes binding upon us, that provides an adequate check and balance where us, the elected representatives of all the students, the ones in the majority and the ones in the minority, can protect the interests of everyone in the population.
Mr. Aziz is next, followed by Brown, Patel, and then Hassan.
Okay. This idea of binding and non-binding, another university that has binding resolutions is Yale University. And the way they do it is that you get your amount of students, then you'll get 50% of the ballot. Then after that, the binding referendum, the student government acts like the medium, where they submit like a policy, like a paper that has like X, Y, Z, 50% students voted on this, and they submit it to administration. That way, like the student government is like the middle person from the students to the board of trustees or administration. That's just other.
But how is that done?
That's what they have as binding, like in terms of like student government sending it to the board of trustees in support of that.
Mr. Brown?
All right, so you said that 5%, it just takes 5% of the student body to get a referendum passed.
5% of the student body to get on
the ballot.
Mm-hmm.
That is a very small percentage of our student body that would have control over the other 95%, in my opinion. And I think that if it would disproportionately affect minority groups, like Mr. Canton said, it would be our duty as senators to really have a voice for all the students. And at the end of the day, I think we are held accountable to the student body, and if their voice really is not heard, we're the ones who are going to suffer either way. So I think that having it binding would only complicate things in this process. And well,
Mr. Tell's next on the list.
A suggestion could be we could have something like we could make something up, which like imagine they call it the memorandum of action or something. So once a referendum is passed, SG as a whole releases some kind of statement saying, hey, this is how we will follow through, or this is how we acknowledge your referendum. If nothing at all else, like if not binding doesn't work out, whatever we do, you could always do something like that, where we just release a statement saying, hey, this is how we plan on helping you out with your voice, or hey, this is how we plan on, following through with this action you requested of us. That way, I just don't want it to be something that's swept underneath the rug. If it's not people who are going to be held accountable, because it takes only 5% of people to, write a referendum, right? That's a minority. In a number, that's a minority. Now, if that minority's voice is not heard because a referendum is like, it's not binding, it's pushed underneath the rug, they're not going to have the power or the numbers to overturn a vote of anybody in here. 5% versus 95%. If that's your clear definition of minority, they're not going to be able to throw us out of the office, even if we don't do what they want. Does that make sense? Like, we're not protecting the minority in that case. If that is proper. I don't know how much time.
Okay.
I mean, that's actually
Mr.
not.
Cannon, you're on the list. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Well, I was addressing it towards them.
You're addressing, if you'd like to
If
use
you'd
the
want
rest
to
of your
move
time,
around.
you had 40 seconds left.
Oh, sure. Okay. If you want to use my 40 seconds.
Okay, I'll use your 40 seconds real fast. If 5% of the student population were to universally vote,
no, it's a referendum. It takes 5 to vote.
I know, but if we were to sweep it under the rug and then 5% of the student population were to vote against a certain candidate, actually that candidate would almost certainly lose because of the way that the voting is set up at USF because of the low portion of voter turnout.
Well, then you can't use the minority as an example at all because
15
you
seconds.
don't get 100% of voting ever. Then you're wrong. I'm sorry.
Mr. Hassan?
I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Hassan.
Alright, so I wanted to bring up one point first. Mr. Cannon used an example about how we would be telling the university, or we'd be saying not to spend money on Magnolia apartments on Juniper Pop. I'm not sure which one, on the apartment for them, the housing. We can't actually do that. It's against our statutes. We can't tell the university to spend this money. It came up last year. So constitutional conformity would not let us do that. Yes, I promise. Okay. Secondly, the whole point is 5% is 2,000 people signing the petition. The highest voter turnout we've had in recent years for the general election was 7,000. That is a significant amount of the population. And that is a significant amount, like even statistics, 5% is the threshold of which you determine significance. So just basing it off of that, that would be a significant amount of the population saying that they want something done. By us making it non-binding, we are saying we don't have to do it. A significant amount of the population can have their opinion, but we don't care unless we agree with it, is what you're saying. And I get that some of you guys bring up the point that if they bring it up and it's their voice, that we should always abide by it. But you're just somebody who follows that discipline. Not everybody after you will. The whole point is not to leave loopholes, not to just trust people. You have to make sure that people do the right thing, not just hope they do the right thing. We can't just leave it up into people's hands. We have to make sure the right thing is done for the students, not just in the future some candidate or some person in some position can go ahead and say, I don't agree with what these people brought up. Let's just not do it. You have to be able to tell them that you have to, regardless of if you agree with it or not, you have to do what the students want. You're voicing their concerns,
30
not
seconds.
yours.
30 seconds.
All right, you're voicing their concerns. And if it's not feasible, that's the whole point of having that mechanism of saying it's not binding. So the whole point that you guys bring up that it makes it a hassle, we're here to voice our concerns, not make our job easier. We're here to do the right thing. If it's a hassle, that's not a big deal. We're still supposed to be doing the right thing. Because honestly, this is a hassle. Here we
10
go.
seconds. She's on the list now. Okay. Mr. Aldridge is next on the list.
All right, so I want to address a couple points after cable discussion. First one is, and I believe Mr. Asuna was the one who mentioned it himself, but what that referred to is the voice. It's not a voice is just a projection. So every time that I get voted minority, I'm using my voice, but it's obviously non-binding because people still vote, whichever the majority thinks. So if it's the voice of the students in the referendum, that voice is a non-binding voice. That's up to us to take action to it. What Mr. Z was talking about, Yale University using binding, that's purely a non-binding. That's actually how that is the definition of non-binding, where something's voted on, and what could happen, I'm sure it happened with will happen to green energy fee. So let's say the green energy fee comes up in 3 weeks and actually it's voted down. Let's say 40% will vote yes. Frankly, while we'll probably be upset at, or the administration, because we really like that idea of green energy fee, we're going to go tell the College of Sustainability, we, the students of voting, say they're 40%. So it's up to you, but here's our non-binding opinion. And the third point I want to bring up, and I feel like, I know you're not intending to do it, but I feel like it needs to be said, is that this is implying that everyone in leadership in the government is somehow, I don't want to say evil, but somehow not in the best interest of the students, to not understand what their concerns are and voice their opinion based on what they see. So, as I said, if we'll see that only 40% of the green energy fee vote against it, or vote for it, then he's going to say, well, sustainability people were sorry, but the students do not want to have it. My opinion to the Board of Trustees is that we should not go forward because the students have said no. That's what the idea of voice is. That's why we're supposed to be here representing the students, to take their voice and help do more of it than what can just be from a regular student saying, hey, I like this petition, or I like this idea. So that's why I think non-binding is the best way forward for all those reasons.
Point of inquiry?
Well, currently the floor is on the moderated caucus, so we can't take that currently. You can, I'll put you on the list for another.
Well, does that have to do with procedure? You can't ask them. What? If it has to do with procedure.
If it's procedural, yeah, but if it's regarding the actual point.
It's a question of the topic of discussion.
I'll have you added to the list. I'm going to move you next on the list, followed by Belizaire and then Canton.
Said I'm up, right?
Yep, you're up right now.
To just follow up on Mr. Brown's point on how it's only 5% of the people and how we're saying the 95% majority are not involved. To make it clear, only 5% of the people are needed to sign their names to get it on the ballot. If the other 95% of the people cared, they would vote on it at that point. So it's not necessarily saying that 95% of the people didn't have a say in it. Once the 5% voice their concern for it, it's on the ballot. Then the 95% get to vote if they care.
Okay. You're not next on the list, but you are on the list now. Ms. Belizaire.
I use my time to.
President Warnke.
Thank you. Well, my overall point of this is the point of the referendum eliminates the need for having representatives, period. So our job as representatives is to see the big picture. So when we say an A-Star every day, we see our budget, we see everything that needs, demands. And so when somebody's like, oh, I think we should have a 10-foot Rocky the Bull gold statue right at the front of USF, they don't see the big picture. But now because they made a referendum, and I'm like, I like Rocky, I like gold, yeah. And so it passes, and now we're stuck with a situation where now we have to build a 10-foot gold statue with limited resources. And so if everything could be solved by a binding referendum, then they wouldn't need us. And that's the purpose of student government, is representing students without the need of a binding referendum. And it is our job to represent our constituents who elected us. And if we don't, recall us, impeach us. Like, that's why we have student government systems in place to do that.
You just hit the minute. Ms. Belizaire, you have a minute left. Would you like to yield it? Seeing as how you yielded the first minute.
I'll use the rest of my time to say.
I do want to bring up one point. So you said that was a binding referendum that you signed off on. You just made a mistake as well. If you're going to claim that they made a mistake when they brought up that student referendum, you said you signed off to put that statute. That would mean Senate would also, if we went with my proposal, it would mean Senate also stated, well, it would mean the Senate also passed it as well. So if you both, like if both parties made that mistake, then what's your whole point to saying that the students aren't seeing the big picture? You're making the same mistake. And for the sake of your point, I'd like to give my time back to Carlene, and hopefully she'll yield it to Mr. Warnke.
25 seconds left. Mr. Warnke, you have 25 seconds.
Well, my issue with that is like that's not in there though. And so we don't have a process defined. That's a whole other ballpark we need to engage in.
That was my proposal. That was my whole proposal with everything. It was like to put that mechanism in it too. That's why yeah.
But it's not, so I feel like
that was to make it binding with that law. That's what items.
Time's expired. Keane was next on the list. I think Mr. on for the list. Keane is on the list.
I would like to motion to amend.
Well, currently we're in a caucus. We can't amend. However, the caucus does expire in 2 minutes.
Well, let me ask this question then. So, just to be clear, a non-binding resolution is understood in this context to mean a strong suggestion of the student body to student government but on which student government has latitude over whether to act on it or not. A binding resolution has the force of law in student government and must be enacted regardless of the feelings of administration. Just to clarify, like, what our terms mean.
That's pretty clear, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah. If you'd like to yield time to somebody who has a response.
I yield my time to Senator Brown.
I think the general point that we've been trying to make here tonight is that there is definitely a possibility when it's binding that maybe a group could work referendum in a way that could entice the student body to vote for something that they think that they might want, but might end up being something different. I think if you make it binding, you kind of force the student government to follow a policy which the students may or may not have actually wanted in the first place. And I think it's our duty as their elected officials to make sure that what they vote on, first of all, is what they really want, and that we uphold their actual true opinions.
30 seconds, okay.
Um,
Mr. Giloa. Oh, our time has expired. We either move back into an open floor or we take a motion to extend. Cologne.
Motion to extend the caucus by another 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Are there any objections to extending the caucus by 10 minutes? There is a friendly amendment proposed to make them 1 minute speaking times.
Go for it.
There is a motion to extend the caucus by 10 minutes and amend the speaking times to 1 minute. Are there any objections? Mr. Brown.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment. If we're lowering it to 1 minute speaking times, lower it to 5 minutes.
What?
So we would like for it to be a 5 minute caucus with 1 minute speaking times.
I withdraw.
He withdraws.
Okay.
With 1 minute speaking time. 10 minutes with 1 minute speaking time. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the caucus has been extended. It will be expired at 8:37. Mr. Uloa was next on the list. Mr. Uloa.
So the way I feel it is, if it were to go onto the ballot that we want a water park at USF, it would pass justice. I'm just going to use it because it's an extreme example. That's the reason I'm using it. It would, if I'm right, it would go through the courts because there's nothing against amendments for it. If we have the budget and unallocated funds and stuff, we would have to build it. And so the way I see it, if as a student, my residents, I was talking to them about it, they would vote for it just because they think it's cool. Not because they think it's feasible, not because they think it's the right thing to do, but just because they think, oh, USF would be a cool campus, we had a water park on it. So by making that binding, you're saying these students think it's cool, so we should do it, even though it's not feasible or responsible for our university. So by leaving it as binding, you're pretty much sending it through
10
because
seconds.
they think it's cool. I don't think that's the right thing as senators to do.
Abdul Moose was next on the list. So.
Well, I had an amendment to make, but I guess I'll make it after this. So I will yield my time to Mr. Hassoun.
You're on the list next.
I do want to bring up a point. You guys keep bringing up the point that if a referendum is passed, that it's binding, that you guys have to do it, even if it's not feasible. That is the point of putting in the mechanism of making it non-binding. Because we understand that sometimes things might slip through the cracks. The whole point of putting in that subclause of saying that the referendum would be non-binding, you put a majority vote of Senate with the signature of the student body president, is a check on their referendum, just in case something does fall through the cracks. Also, you just keep using extreme examples that I don't think would pass constitutional conformity, because we cannot tell the university what land we can take to build on it. They have to allocate us and tell us what we can do, then from there, we're allowed to make changes to the plot they designated. I'm just trying to just shut down all the extreme examples that don't make sense.
I have a point of information from him, from Gary. So if I could ask Gary.
Okay. Mr. Manka is recommended.
Could I ask you a question, Gary? Sure. Okay, so right now, am I a state employee?
Mr. Tata, it was a point that he was going to raise of his own.
Oh, no, it's me asking him a question.
You're on the list.
No, but I asked you a question about all.
Ms. Abraham?
I relay my time to Mr. Patel.
Gary, am I a state employee?
There's different classifications of state employee, but technically, yes, you are.
So, because I fall under sunshine state law because I'm a state sunshine.
Temporary student employment classification in the state of Florida requires you have no rights, whereas other classifications have more rights in terms of
So could someone tell me how to spend the money and then tell the Senate how to spend the money, or is that not the same concept? I'm trying to understand this, like, logically. So if someone told the Senate how to spend the money of the state, which any
30 seconds.
state fund.
Technically, they could try to tell you, technically, the way the state statutes are written, that you have power to allocate and expend some government in the state of Florida. So regarding the ANC, that is your prerogative, your power as a student body within the student body.
I just want to.
10 seconds.
Oh, that wasn't towards the cop. Oh, or
It was towards the clock, so we sever his time. Okay. Ms. Oda, Mr. O'Day,
I yield my time to President.
you have a minute?
Thank you. Well, first, I didn't understand what's the point of having a check on the referendum, on a binding referendum, that doesn't make it binding anyway. So again, at the end of the day, they're still picking and choosing. And so why don't we just keep it unbinding and student government responsibility to act on it anyways? But when you have it binding, then student government has to go through its whole procedure, and decided not to do it. And I feel like it's the same concept over and over again. It doesn't make sense. When you can just have an unbinding referendum that's presented to student government, and they choose to act on it if they can.
30 seconds.
I guess
Okay.
Mr. Miller would want to
Can you have 30
respond to that.
seconds?
First, the point I want to bring up is you guys kept saying that I think it should be binding unless not feasible. So that's the whole point I'm trying to bring up. You guys are bringing up a different point, but I'm saying that I think we should do what the students want unless we cannot do it. So if it's legally possible, it's just not pecuniarily possible, then we cannot do it, obviously. So that's why there's that check. It's
10 seconds.
I don't yield my time to anybody. I feel like this point has been exhausted. So therefore, that's all I want to say.
Your time is exhausted as well. Mr. Patel,
I'll yield my time to Ms. Abraham. Thank you.
Ms. Abraham, you have a minute?
Okay, well, my only thing is that, question, I guess, a comment is, okay, so if you make it binding, well, if you don't make it binding for me, because Mr. Work, you brought up this point, then the student government can just take the initiative if you don't make it non-binding, right? And then just kind of make it through. But my thing is, how is that fair to the students that came up with this position? Because whoever is in power then can just say, oh, we don't need this, we don't have to have it. Like, how is that fair for you to tell me, like, what's automatically supposed to be done? Why can't it? That's my point. It's just, I don't know. I mean, you're elected, but it doesn't mean, like, you should have the whole sound.
10 seconds. Okay. Mr. Aldridge, next on the list.
All right, so I want to just go back to that point right there. The thing is that that is the exact same opinion. If Senate leadership and student government leadership don't like what you're doing, they can just say, we don't like what you're doing. They're going to suggest you vote down it. And a lot of times people listen to the leadership. So a lot of times the Senate will vote down that, make it non-binding.
On the record, when?
Mr. Patel is speaking out of turn. Mr. Aldridge, may continue.
Thank you for clarifying. I think at this point, it's the exact same. So, okay. So the Senate
30 seconds.
how much time?
30 seconds.
Let's get that point. So I think the whole thing is semantics. I really think you're making the whole argument about semantics and about what seems more politically that looks better. It's still going to be the same decision. If it's non-binding and it's passed, student government's going to act upon it. If it's binding, if they don't like it and it's binding, all they're going to do is vote it down. So it's the same thing either way.
5 seconds.
But at the end of the day, this is a clearly more efficient path of going forward for what student government is trying to do.
Mr. Moose, next on the list.
One reason why I think we should make it binding to begin with is because of all the hard work that the students are putting into it. I mean, just for them to do all this work and then we say non-binding, I mean, I kind of think it's like an insult slap in the face. Like, you're going to do everything, study for this exam like crazy, but you're not guaranteed. Okay, that's an example. Anyways, let's go ahead. I'm just saying, a lot of students are putting in a lot of hard work to get the signatures, to put it through the Senate, to put it to the Supreme Court, to write it up and draft it for the second of all. And then to put it on the ballot and to get everyone to vote and campaign for it, and then we just say it's non-binding for the heck of it. Keep it binding, and then if we see there's a problem, let's make it non-binding. What's the problem with that? Thank you. Oh, I yield my time very carefully.
You have 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
I say no.
Ms. Abraha, the list currently reads Abraha, Brown, Canton, Hartman, Priest, and Moorhome. Ms. Abraha, you may speak.
Okay, my point to my response to Adam was he said whether they they don't like it or like it. My thing is, whoever is in position, and it might not even be here next year or the year after, it's not, somebody in power may just want to say, oh, we don't want to have to go through the hassle of this, this thing seems ridiculous. I don't even want to go through, I don't even want to look at this, and just say, So if that's non-binding, it gives them the option to do that. But if it is binding, it means you have to consider it. I just want a student's voice to be considered. But if it's non-binding, it doesn't even have to be considered. That's the
30
position that I
seconds.
want you guys to look at. Yeah, what?
30 seconds.
Does anybody want to say? Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to bring up a
25
point.
seconds.
Mr. Aldridge brought up just honestly 5 minutes ago, probably less, that even if the referendum is non-binding, city government laws go by it. Just last year we had a non-binding referendum with the hour share, something very simple that we tell the students they get to vote and put it up. I'm not sure how many of you guys know this, but the students voted for a different hour share last year and it was changed.
10 seconds.
The exec, not you guys are great. That the other exec changed and decided they didn't like that one as much and put a different one on. So by making non-binding, the board just brought up.
Oh, you have 5 seconds to wrap up after you got one.
No, I gave him the 10-second notice.
No, but you have 5 seconds. It's like part of parliamentary procedure.
I apologize for having cut you off, Mr. Persuna. It is 8:37. The caucus is expired unless there is a motion to extend. The list currently reads Brown Can, Hartman, Priest, Moore, Home. Mr. Aldridge.
Can I make a motion to just exhaust the rest of the speakers? So I have all the speakers that are on the list speak, and after that, we will go.
I will
we have the
recognize
discussion.
that motion.
Yep.
And at the end of that, it will be expired. Are there any objections to Mr. Aldridge's motion to extend the caucus until these speakers speak? Mr. Moore,
Just friendly amendment, maximum 1 minute speaking time.
Sure. Let's assume to continue the
Yes.
caucus, but okay. Are there any objections, Candy?
I object on the grounds that there have not been any substantively new arguments offered in the past 5 minutes of discussion.
Aldridge, do you rescind? It's a simple parliamentary procedure. It doesn't take long to take a vote. He does not rescind.
No, I don't.
Okay, Mr.
Just because it should give the speakers who are waiting the time, just a minute or 30 seconds to speak. Okay, but he was not the only one on the list. There's 4 other people on the list. Give them 30 seconds to a minute to speak if they want to speak, and then we'll go to vote.
He doesn't rescind. Can you, so we'll be entering voting procedures. Right now, voting procedures. Mr. Aldridge, can you just set it up? We're in voting procedures. I could request silence, please, from the body. Okay, so the motion was to exhaust the list of speakers. If you vote yes, then you agree with that motion. You'd like to exhaust the list of speakers and close the caucus afterwards. If you vote no, then you would not like to. You'd like to move straight into an open floor and we can move from there. Whether that's to open discussion again or to vote will be up to the Senate. Okay? I don't think it's working. Mr. Aldridge, I don't think it's working.
It's not on.
We can just do this right.
It's blocked.
Okay, we're just going to do a straw poll because I'm going to have to count. Okay? All those in favor of extending the caucus and exhausting the current list of speakers? Keep your hands up high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All those against extending the caucus and exhausting the list of speakers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There's a dud hand back there.
I see. And I abstain as chair with a vote of 18 to 9 to 1. That is a majority. We will exhaust the list of speakers. Mr. Brown, you have a minute.
All right. I'd like you all to know that you're sitting here for a reason. It's because people have elected you to these positions. We've established a system of government over the past few millennia that makes sure that we are elected to represent people their best opinions. And I think that it would be quite insulting if you decided that tonight you would just waive that responsibility and allow them to make the decision that they elected you to make in the first place. And I'd like to add there was a petition to extradite Bieber from America. I kind of agree, but I think that that is radical, and
30
it
seconds.
would have to be brought up. And it's just a hassle for the White House to begin with. Those are the kind of things that we'd be dealing with if this was made final. Thank you.
You have 20 seconds. Would you like to yield?
This is a republic, not a democracy.
That is a no. Mr.
I don't necessarily agree completely with Senator Brown's reasoning, even though we're on the same side of this debate. Like I said, I think the protection of minority rights is the primary concern here, and I think that the system of checks and balances that we have in place are sufficient to ensure that illegal or massively fiscally irresponsible bills may not come up, but I don't think that necessarily protects the minority of students who may be subject to a tyranny of the majority. And that is what the power of representative democracy is, and that is why we have it. And that's why I think it would make sense to have a compromise position where once the non-binding approval of the student body has been established, a vote must come before the Senate, and then we have to vote to make it binding or non-binding. We will then be subject to public opinion. If we decide to make it non-binding, we will have to explain to our constituents why we do not want to follow their will. That is a strong check and balance that preserves our democracy while also protecting the rights of all students and allowing us to best represent every part of the USF campus population.
Mr. Hartman, you have a minute.
I don't understand when we can still vote no on it, even if it's binding, why we can't just pay attention to it, because if the students went out of their way to like get all these votes or signatures, then we should technically listen to what they're trying to tell us. And especially if something realistic like a water park comes up and we can still vote no to it, then why is it such an issue? Especially if maybe we can make like a clause that makes it, you know, like dependent on how many funds we have left or on our resources. Let's say in the future we don't have any like responsibilities like org sync or something and we have extra money, we can maybe do something crazy. Maybe that's what universities use to get like a rock climbing wall or something, you know, because I know universities have that.
Mr. Hartman, you still have 20 seconds.
Mr. Hausman.
Mr. Hausman, 15.
All right, just to touch on like some things, I just want to know like who the proper avenue would be to like check things such as like fiscal responsibility or like ensure that our budget falls in line with some things, and who has the authority to make those decisions. In addition, things like that hour as non-binding. How many seconds?
Well, now it's only 2.
I have 10 after you got it. All right, so
Yeah, 5
like,
after
things
you
like
got
things like who
Mr.
are
Hauser,
the copyright holder.
I please request you to sit down.
So who like
Mr.
are you
Hauser.
giving the courts to research copyrights?
Mr. Priest?
Yeah, I'm actually going to yield my time to President Moore.
All right, in a minute.
All right, thank you. Well, the main concern I'm hearing right now is the consideration of people's concerns through referendum. And while I think it's critical that student government act upon the needs and its concerns expressed by students, I don't think making a binding referendum that turns it into law is the way to go about it. And so I think a process that is established by our student government that makes maybe the student body president issue a statement on behalf of the referendum saying like why we can't do it or what we are doing this. That's a sort of a statement on behalf of student government, like what we can do and cannot do.
30 seconds.
On non-binding referendums is a solution. Binding referendums is not the way to go about that.
All right, still 25 seconds on that. Mr. Priest, would you like to yield?
Yeah, I'm going to yield my time to Senator Cannon.
9 seconds.
I just want to make a point about the argument that these students put in a lot of hard work and therefore we need to be like more respectful of their opinions. The purpose of the referendum is to try and make the university better, not to reward students for the hard work they do. It's not a personal accolade or honor, it's something that you do for public service. And if it doesn't serve the public, then we shouldn't be doing it, regardless of how much hard work one is.
Mr. Morrow?
Okay, so the way I see it, should this proposed, the way I see it, whether it's the proposed changes or how it is now, the final result will be the same most of the time. The difference is when things slip through, okay? As it is now, should things slip through and Senate does not hear whatever referendum it is, things stay as is. If it was the proposed and things were to slip through, we could, and Senate does not hear the same referendum, we could possibly have
30 seconds.
an absurd and rash decision just come on through because the students willed it. Honestly, at the end of the day, I would rather err on the side of caution, especially since, you know, just by the nature of being in Senate, we're more aware of the situation than students are. Students, at the end of the day, I know for a fact when I was not in
10
Senate,
seconds.
I would have loved a water slide, but now I understand it's not feasible and it's just not a possibility.
Time's expired. Floor is now open. Are there any points, questions, discussions, or motions? Mr. Canton?
I would like to motion to amend 705.3.7 with a subclause adding, once the non-binding approval
I'll fix the numbering later.
Once the non-binding approval of the student body has been established, a vote shall then be taken by the Senate on the approved referendum. If the motion passes, then the referendum shall constitute the binding approval of the student body, and the referendum shall be enacted by student government as law.
Mr. Canton, can you just slow down?
Sorry.
Once the non-binding approval of the student body has been established, a vote shall be taken by the Senate on the referendum.
On the approved referendum. If the motion passes, then the referendum shall constitute the binding approval of the student body, and the referendum shall be enacted by student government as law. If the motion does not pass, the referendum shall not be considered binding upon student government. And then one final after clause after that. In the event of a vote in the negative, the Senate President shall write and post on the student government website an open letter justifying the decision of the Senate to the student body.
That is an amendment proposed by Mr. Canton. Are there any objections or amendments to this amendment? Mr. Suno? Unfortunately, you're not a senator, and this is a motion. You have to have Ms. Pellegrino.
If I'm understanding correctly, this is just basically saying that we must vote on every single referendum, and really, then what is the point of having a referendum when we can have a resolution, bring it to Senate, and vote on it?
Ms. Pellegrino, although I admire your question, there was a motion on the floor.
I
If you have any object. For that reason, answer that question. Mr. Canton, would you rescind for this question to be answered?
I will rescind to answer the question.
Okay. Response to the question, Mr. Canton.
There's actually a significant difference here because in this case, it forces the Senate to consider the motion and justify the answer. Therefore, the people themselves act on a check to student government. So if a referendum comes up and the Senate is like, well, we don't like this because, you know, the guy who proposed it is ugly, the Senate president then has to write a letter saying we didn't pass this because the guy is ugly, and likely we will all lose our seats. So this has a lot more force than just an initiative brought to you by your constituents.
Ms. Pellegrino, then Ms. Upperman.
I understand that, and
Directly on to
I
the question.
completely agree with the justification part, but I also believe that having Senate to vote on every single referendum, then it really defeats the purpose of a referendum. If we're having to vote, it's just basically it has to go through the student body, and then it comes here when we represent the student body, so we vote on it, on whether it's binding or non-binding, or actually it will be non-binding, or whether we want to make it binding. I like the idea, I like this course of action, but I don't think this would be the right way to proceed.
Ms. Abraham?
Okay. My question is then, well, for two things actually. If this is non-binding and then you're voting to make it binding, what's the difference between having it be binding and then saying that it can't be done, and then providing the same justification that you said. What's the difference of having? Yeah, what would the difference of that be? And then I have a follow-up.
Mr. Kane?
As I understand the definitions of binding and non-binding, there would be two main differences. The first is that if a non-binding resolution came before the Senate and we voted it down and it was still considered non-binding, the executive branch would be able to pursue action on realizing that referendum, right? As a non-binding referendum works now, that's my understanding of it, is we don't actually have, the executive branch doesn't have to take action, but they can without the Senate. So they would still maintain that power, and there would be a noted approval of the student body of a certain course of action which the Senate did not take, and which the Senate would then be held accountable for not taking. Does that answer your question?
Ms. Every follow-up.
Wait.
Sure. You got a follow-up. I was giving you the
yes.
floor. Go ahead.
Wait, no. I'm still confused the part that if it is if you're still making it binding, then you're saying the executive branch doesn't have a say?
No, I'm saying that, well, if it's binding, none of us have any more say than we did.
But we're saying
it
we
becomes a
will.
law.
If we put it in the clause, that's what we're doing, is if we can say, we can make it binding, but if it doesn't seem feasible, then we can put a clause to vote on it. That's what we were saying. So, yes.
Mr. Suno?
I have a quick question. You're saying that, in other words, like, my proposal was to start off in binding and then go to non-binding. This one's just vice versa, am I correct? Am I understanding it properly? No, Mr.
Yes.
Canton's proposal.
Yes, essentially, and it has the added element of requiring a public justification.
Exactly. I think this is it's very similar, except it's a bit less of a hassle for student government because it doesn't start off as binding. So you don't have to deal with the gray area between that time before the vote, like between the vote and between the approval and the certification. But also, says I can't make any friendly amendments, I can't do any of that sort of stuff. But I'd just like to recommend for somebody in Senate to make some sort of friendly amendment to include, for example, the executive branch and say we'll be the ones acting on it, and then to find a way to do a supermajority just in case the executive branch vetoes it. Just that way, you don't want to, just so they have a say as well.
Yeah. Just really quick. Maybe because being Senate President, I know how much hassle it's going to be for whoever does it. Imagine a budget bill right now, right? So like, what you guys do on a regular day is just vote yes on a budget bill. Sometimes there's no discussion. And I'm kind of calling you guys out, but I mean, it has to be done. So imagine you just voted yes on this thing, and imagine it came down to you guys just voted no on this. What justification would someone who had no opinion in it? I'm saying, so I have no opinion on the bill. I never should. So what justification can I give to the student body if no one made a justification? That makes any sense. Whereas you have the check and balance of multiple branch, and then the person who actually does the press releases right now is the communications, the Department of Communications.
Candy.
I imagine in that case, the only justification you could give would be a very poor one of just saying the Senate just didn't like it, in which case that is entirely the Senate's responsibility, and the student body should know that the Senate voted on it without any substantive discussion or reason for voting the way they did. That provides the public the check and balance of public opinion.
Are there any further points, questions, motions?
Well, I had a
Del.
So like the amendment I stated earlier, which was you could imagine you left it non-binding, right? But then essentially like making up something called like a memorandum of action or something just saying this is the action we'll take based off of this referendum. Would that not be an easier course of action than to consider it binding instantly, or even vote it binding, or even vote it down state binding?
Ms. Larkins.
I have a question for what he just proposed. So who's going to write this if we do approve your course of action?
Well, given that normal statements from SG as a whole come from the executive branch, and so a regular statement, I imagine this one would come from whoever your press release person is, from your department or your branch. It would probably come from them, and it would just have the Senate and Will's signature. That makes sense. But then again, that would just be the same concept of Senate votes on something, then it goes to exec, and exec would have a check on it by making the press release idea, and then when Will signs it, that's the check.
Okay. Abraham?
Yeah, actually I have a question for Mr. Morahan. Earlier you said something about having a loophole if we make it binding. Could you elaborate a little more on that? Yeah, you said if we make it binding, there would be some loopholes, and we don't want to be in danger of such.
I was just saying, in case that it slips through Senate, in case that the Senate is not diligent enough to see the referendum, one case it would, things would stay exactly the same. On the other case, a rash decision could possibly happen. That's all I was saying. I wasn't saying specific loophole. I was just saying, in the case that the Senate did not see the referendum.
Is that wrong?
But I was under the impression that that was possible to put in there. The same way that we have it here now I was under the impression that you could have it say, it has to be, if it doesn't seem plausible, you could have it be voted on by Senate and then approved by executive branch.
Correct, but as it is right now, it doesn't say whether or not Senate has to see it at all. Whether or not it gets brought to the floor of Senate.
But if we make it binding, that's what we would have to do. That's
Not necessarily. It could be binding, but it's not required to come in front of
But
Senate.
that was the clause that we were going to add.
Regardless, when I meant slip through, it also means a lack of judgment and so on and so forth.
I just wanted to make sure we knew that.
For the points, questions, motions. Mr. Worm, if you have a point, I will recognize you. It is an open floor.
I just had a question for Ms. Abraham before. Do you support a binding referendum and then the student government the ability to unbind it? Or do you just support binding referendums? Period?
No, yeah.
Ms.
Oh
Abraham.
yeah. I support having clauses, of course. Like you said, there could be unreasonable requests, but I just don't think,
What if the referendum was that student government shall not unbind binding referendums? And then we're stuck in a situation where now we can't turn back on it, and now the population now we exist for no point. And you just pass anything through referendum, our budget means nothing. So that's my, it's like a pessimistic view, but it is possible, and that's something we should.
that's what Amendment 12
Okay, Mr. Patel?
It is impossible because the judicial branch can't let something pass that breaks our own statute. So in our statute, you write that we would make it binding or unbinding. So as soon as the student says, hey, the Senate does not allocate the NSPs, it automatically would fail constitutional conformity because it's a document.
Apologize, sir. That was an accident to the gavel. Ms. Belizaire?
Wait.
The point is exhausted. Points, questions, motions. Ms. Abraham?
Well, I know, well, I don't know. This is still a standing motion.
No, the motion has been taken off the floor, but I left the proposed language.
Is
in the
it
notes
possible
suggestion.
to make a motion to, like, whether to make it just binding or unbinding first and see vote on that?
Sure. If you'd like to take just a vote to take the opinion, or would you like to change language in the
No,
proposed
take
bill?
the vote to opinion, but say binding with clauses and the clauses that we spoke about, and then you can clarify.
Okay, so you'd like to gauge the Senate's opinion as to whether or not they would prefer a referendum to be initially binding
With clauses.
with clauses regulating its ability to become non-binding, as opposed to being non-binding with clauses.
Both. Give them both options and see what they like.
All right. We'll go ahead and just make this a straw poll.
Okay, I have a friendly amendment.
Mr. Patel.
Have it be non-binding without any kind of clause. Like that's what it stands right now. So I just want to know if people want to change it. In general.
Yeah, the way it's standard is non-binding without clause. So,
Sure.
Ms. Abraham, so you would like for it to be a straw poll vote on if you are in favor of a binding referendum with clauses, or to leave it as a non-binding referendum.
Yes. I don't know if you can make an option for his too, but yeah, leave it not binding for a moment.
Okay. So, are there any objections to entering this vote? Mr. Ulova.
It's a friendly amendment. Is there a way we can do three clauses, like the three clauses, non-binding with, non-binding without, binding, and then, well, I guess I'm staying.
Okay, and then binding with clauses?
Just point of clarification.
Ms.
Can we just go with non-binding and binding, and then from there we can go to further discussion? So non-binding or binding?
Ms. Abraham does not accept that. It's going to be non-binding or binding. Just the only difference is that there's the with clauses. Ms. Rogers, do you rescind your objection?
I don't understand why she's objecting.
It's really just a semantics.
Yeah,
Can you just rescind it?
Sure,
It's just
yeah.
simple. All right, so there's a motion on the floor to vote by straw poll on whether or not we would like for this clause to read that referendums are binding or non-binding. So, are there any objections to entering that vote? Seeing none. All those in favor of...
Point of clarification. clarification. Can you explain exactly?
I will explain it. It's part of the straw poll. Okay?
Please.
Alright. All those in favor of this legislation to read that the referendums shall constitute, a majority of votes cast in favor of the student referendum shall constitute the binding approval with subclauses regulating that binding approval, raise your hands. So binding language.
Could you state all the options first?
I had stated the options when the motion was made. Binding with clauses. Three. Can you raise your hands high? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those in favor of the language to read that the referendums shall be non-binding with clauses regulating that non-binding language? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aye. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And all those in favor of non-binding language without any clauses regulating?
As is.
As is. Well, fine, it's not an option. Seeing as there are no votes for it anyway, I abstain as chair. Vote of 5 to 24 to 1. The Senate would like for the language to read non-binding with clauses regulating. However, that was just a straw poll gauging again. Ms. Abraham.
All right, so with that in mind, motion to reinstate Mr. Canton's, go ahead.
I'd like to Ms. Tilden. Do you rescind your motion, Ms. Abraham?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Patel.
I don't know if it's considered law. I don't know if it's considered law. If it's something that says, oh, I'm sorry, thank you, sir. I don't know if it's considered law. If it's something that says, hey, we want. Oh, imagine there was a poll about we want kosher halal food. That's not law. You get what I'm trying to get at? So like, sure, it's binding or it's not binding. It's considered non-binding, and we vote on what? Like what law? So you can't use the word law in this because it's not a law. We can't say, hey, law, kosher food. So like the word, it's just not written the most fluently or most acceptable way. So if we could just amend it like by saying, Gary, so what is the possibility that we have, so you know how we have like an executive memo or all those kind of things? What's the possibility that we could write one about a referendum to show that it is supported or that it will be supported or that this is the action we'll take? Like if we made up something, like you know that memorandum of agreement is a new thing, it's recent, like we just started, okay. So imagine we made something called a memorandum of action and we said, this is your referendum and this is how we will take action upon it. So if it says we support halal kosher food, we will be like, hey, we'll take that concern and voice it to the administration. And if it says we want 19 justices, we will take that, whatever it is, and that one you can actually act upon. And then consider it and talk about it inside, so you'd actually be able to leave some kind of like trail saying this is how we acted upon it. But is that something that is plausible? And then that's something you publish on the website.
Most likely, yes. What you're saying is you want to enter into a contract or agreement with the group sponsoring the referendum, tell them you're going to take action on it.
Right, it's not a memorandum of agreement, it's more of an action. Like this is how we will in the future take action. So imagine they said, we want a zoo, right? Like a petting zoo on campus. This is how we plan on taking that into some kind of consideration. We will move forward with that referendum by X, talking to administration, seeing how possible that is. Like B, seeing if we get funds necessary. That way things aren't just pushed under the rug. They have some kind of response formally. I don't know if that makes sense.
Mr. Maker.
Yes, you could do that, but it's very similar to what a resolution is to a degree. So you could you already have a resolution in place right now. And you can maybe make a resolution and make it more specifically geared to flowery,
but the only
you're going to specifically gear it to something. Because then it's this stuff. An executive memorandum sometimes should just be your your word as Senate President and or Vice President of the board, whereas the resolution enhances the whole Senate body.
Right, but if it takes a call on the executive branch, but it says, hey, let's go lobby this person or, whatever, what have you, then it should not just be a Senate thing. A Senate resolution couldn't address that because it has to be an action that will take. It has to be an action that somebody other than just Senate takes. So we can enforce it, maybe push them and then have them come through a subpoena or something. But excuse me, I think it would be more of an SG as a whole kind of response without the judicial branch because they'll probably be judging on it or seeing if we follow through with it.
Yeah, I mean, at face value, it's hard to just give you a yes or no right now.
Sure, I'm just asking if it sounds like...
You should research it because right now the executive memorandum uses come from the executive branch and you all have the resolution, but you have to do the collaborative effort. Then you want to outline that in statutes or how do you want to handle that?
Well, like right now, a memorandum of agreement comes from both of us. It comes from myself, it comes from the Senate and Will as well. So is there a way to structure something similar? Is just a question.
Yeah, I think you'd have to look into it.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just wanted to know. Cool, thank you.
The way I see this right now, if we were to adopt Mr. Kenken's suggestion, I would actually suggest that we have it not say non-binding or binding, just leave it like that. And then, since we are making Senate take a vote in every single referendum, then have Senate decide whether it is binding or non-binding. Other than that, just having it that way, so basically having a non-binding referendum and then making Senate take a vote in every single referendum, it really defeats the purpose to me of having a referendum if we can just pass a resolution and go on it as a Senate. It doesn't make any sense.
Mr. Keller is saying,
Was that a motion?
Oh, was that?
It was a suggestion.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, then, so just to clarify our suggestion, would you mean just say once the referendum is approved and it is voted on, it makes its way past the process.
Mm-hmm.
Then we release some kind of a statement saying this is how we will follow this out.
Then you have
Or do you
Senate
still
vote
want
on
to
it
vote on binding?
and
Okay.
decide whether it's binding or not binding.
All right.
Okay, that's a suggestion, Mr. Canton.
So, can I just ask you, because you brought this objection up a lot, could you state in clear terms what you believe the purpose of a referendum is?
Ms. Keller.
I
Ms.
believe
Pellegrino.
the purpose of a referendum shall be to voice the concerns of the students. Now, I also believe that there are boundaries and things that students may want will not always be the most feasible things or the most feasible actions to take by student government. That's why I don't necessarily believe that it should say binding. But I also don't believe that it should say non-binding without a clause that would make the referendum, or that would force student government to act upon the referendum. Does that answer your question?
Mr. Canton.
I would like to motion to reinstate my amendment as written.
Mr. Canton has a motion to accept this amendment.
Wait,
to
I'm
the-
sorry, I rescind that motion. I rescind that motion. I would like to first motion to amend my amendment to remove as law. Now I motion to amend, to so amend.
Mr. Canton motions to accept this amendment to the bill. Are there any objections? Mrs. Cologne.
I just have a question. Can we reestablish quorum, or is that an objection to it, or can that actually happen?
That is an objection.
That's an objection. Do you
Okay.
rescind that we can
I
reestablish
rescind
quorum?
to reestablish quorum.
So there is a motion by Ms. Cologne to reestablish quorum. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Mr. Aldridge.
Unplug the thing and plug it back in.
Everybody please click one. Is everybody clicked in?
No.
Everybody, sorry, everybody press?
Hold on.
Section 29.
Percentage?
God dang it.
I don't know what just happened.
See, that's how I feel.
Alright, we're gonna have to do this again really quick. Everybody please press one. What do I press?
One.
And what do I press on this?
Oh, enter, then F2.
Okay. Everybody's clicked? Yes? 30. Cool.
Now you click escape. Escape. Don't.
Escape. Alright, so quorum has been reestablished. Mr. Candy, do you have a motion?
Yes, I would like to motion to amend, to reinstate my previous amendment.
Alright, so the amendment here as written, 705.3.7.1 and .2. Any objections to that motion? Quorum? Oh, I'm sorry. Objection to the motion, Patel.
My objection is to make sure everyone's read it, so I'm gonna kind of elongate my objection by giving me time to read it.
I don't recognize. That's the end of his objection. Patel, do you rescind your objection?
My objection is that I don't know how clear this wording is, so I'd like to just read it out loud once before the Senate body and see if they all get it.
I rescind for his objection. I will
Okay.
read it.
Thank you, sir.
Patel.
It's his amendment.
Once the non-binding approval of the student body has been established, a vote shall be taken by the Senate on the referendum. If the motion passes, then the referendum shall constitute the binding approval of the student body, and the referendum shall be enacted by student government. If the motion does not pass, the referendum shall not be considered binding upon student government. In the event of a vote in the negative, the Senate President shall write and post on the student government website an open letter justifying the decision of the Senate to the student body.
Mr. Candy, do you have a motion?
I would like to motion to so amend 705.3.7.
Any objections? Ms. Kati.
I have a friendly amendment. Can we make the second sentence, the third sentence, and the fourth sentence subclauses to the first sentence?
What the what? Oh, I see what you're saying.
Just to clarify.
Yeah, it's a several step process.
Okay. Mr. Kane's motion on the floor is to insert this language into the bill. Are there any objections?
Oh, you didn't accept mine.
He did.
He did.
Okay.
Patel.
My objection is that it says that it'll be enacted by student government. Shall it not be considered binding upon, or if the motion does not pass, then it will not be considered binding upon student government. But at the end of the day, then the Senate President shall write a post on the student government website explaining why the Senate does not feel it is viable to the student body. Where's the rest of student government's check in all of this? Like if it's something asking for the executive branch's action, and all the Senate can do is say, "Hey, executive branch, this is our check on you. Can you do this?" And they said it, but that's a long period of time. Imagine they said, "Hey, go to Tallahassee and voice of concern." Now, in that much time, they could have done it, or they could give it a week to go talk up to a representative. They could go talk to a representative, and that would automatically require now our written whatever saying that they didn't do it or they did do it. But that's an immediate action, like there's no timeline. So I'm assuming it's tomorrow, right after the vote's cast, we have to do it. But imagine like the executive branch, whoever it might be, doesn't go up, or they do go up. So like it's not specific to Senate in any way because we do not do action. We don't take action other than legislative action. So it's asking for physical action. It's not us. If that makes any sense. Because I don't know why it would be just us. Because if we said no to it, it's saying no that Will won't do it. Why are we justifying for something they're not going to do? If that makes sense. We only act like legislatively based off of bills. What? Well, not just that. Because then the justification would have to come from student government as a whole, for which he is the president of.
Okay. There's an objection by Patel to Candy's motion. Candy, rescind your motion.
No.
No, he does not. We're going to enter a vote. We are voting procedures. Please. All right, there was a motion to accept the amendment. There was an objection. So if you vote, and given that the motion was rescinded, we're going to vote on that motion. So if you vote yes, you are in favor of the motion to accept the amendment. If you vote no, you are not in favor of the motion to accept the amendment. We will remove the motion off of the floor and continue with our discussion. This is the amendment. All right.
And I object.
Mr. Patel is one with the objection. We're still in voting procedures. So, is it a procedural question, Ms. Abraham?
Well, I have a question. Shouldn't you explain why the no for the no, or why was
I just explained the no.
He meant his objection.
Yeah, to clarify why.
That was something that he has done for 5 minutes.
No.
My objection for the record is because of student government.
We're on voting procedures. Is everybody clear? Okay. We have a vote of 11-15 to 1. Motion is taken off the floor. Okay. Mr. Patel?
All right. So once again, for people who are listening, can you go to the bill or just the amendment? Because imagine it was still here. Okay. Now the problem is, can you move that box, please?
I can.
Thank you, sir. The problem that is being drawn, I have no problem with having an amendment. The only problem I have with the amendment is that on behalf of the student government, okay, if the student body requests action that is not legislative action, we are the legislative branch. There's not much we have. The executive branch executes, hence their name is executive, like they execute, if that makes any sense. So there's not much power we have outside of legislation. We can write something about it, we can fund something for it, or we can change some kind of law to incorporate their means. You understand? Like we can write a resolution, we can make a budget bill, or we can make amendments like we're doing right now. That is our basis of power. Now, the thing that it's saying is that if someone had a resolution, or someone's referendum said, hey, go to Tallahassee and ask them for this, we can't really, we don't do that. That's not what we're budgeting for in any means. We're not budgeted to take the entire Senate to Tallahassee. The executive branch is budgeted to take the entire Senate or student government to Tallahassee. So what you'd be telling me right now is that I have to sign something saying why Will doesn't want to go to Tallahassee. I don't know why Will doesn't want to go to Tallahassee. I don't know why you guys voted that way. That's not a question you can ask us because we don't have the power to vote about that. We can't say what Will wants to do or doesn't want to do. We can act upon fiscal legislation, statutory legislation, and constitutional legislation. There you go. If that makes sense.
Can I ask about?
Mr. Can, then I'll come to you, Mr. T. Mr. Can?
Is this really, considering that the amendment has been taken off the floor, is it really relevant argument anymore?
Well, I mean, you're still gonna need an
You can
amendment.
still make the amendment to the motion.
Like, I'm still considering your amendment.
Ms. Kati?
I would like to motion to amend the current amendment to state, once the non-binding referendum is approved by the student government, by the Senate shall pass a bill of approval regarding the referendum.
On
Which solves your
which clause?
bill
This
issue.
clause? Ms. Kati?
No,
Can I friendly amendment to that?
a
Just one,
separate
two, like this.
A separate subclause to this subclause.
Can you just,
So 703.2.2.1.3 instead of the current .3.
Okay, so this one right here.
Above this, yes.
Above it, you would like to insert an addition.
Yeah. So, once the non-binding referendum is approved by the student body, the Senate shall pass, and once, or the Senate shall pass a bill of approval regarding the referendum. And actually, it should go. It should be 703.2.2.1.1.
Here?
Yeah.
As a motion by Ms. Kati, objection Patel.
Or, sorry, one more amendment. Shall vote on and possibly pass. Okay, so hold on. Sorry. The Senate shall vote on and, if approved, pass, comma, comma, and. Okay, perfect. So.
Patel with an objection.
I feel like you were missing along we said that the Senate does not speak for the entire student government because we cannot act if it's an action that they want us to take. So like, I'm not saying I wouldn't fight for their cause and
Can you rescind your motion?
go to Tallahassee. I'd go to Tallahassee.
Can you rescind your motion so I
That's
can
not what
summarize
you're
this
going
point
to
in a way that's actually understandable to the body?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Patel's concern here is that the Senate is voting on the entire student government. The Senate does not speak on behalf of the entire student government, particularly if the action to be taken is to be taken by the executive branch. That is his area of concern. Are there any suggestions to patch Mr. Patel's area of concern? Mr. Canton.
I think, okay, here's why I don't really think that the area of concern actually needs to be an area of concern. Because the way I was construing this amendment, the Senate was not voting on whether to approve the bill on behalf of the student government. They were voting whether to approve it on behalf of the students. The salient difference here is if they were saying, like, let's go to Tallahassee. If it was automatically binding, then Will would have to go to Tallahassee. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. All the Senate's job is right now is to look at this referendum and say it's not out of the realm of complete reason that this is happening. It doesn't disproportionately harm minority populations that this is happening. Therefore, we will make it binding. And then the voices of students are compelling Will maybe, or whoever the president is, they are compelling him to take a certain action that he may not want to take. But the Senate is not approaching it from the perspective of saying yes or no for student government. They're approaching it from the perspective of saying, are we best serving the interest of all students in the university?
Patel,
Can you remove all this red stuff? Just really quick.
Remove it?
Yeah, just cut it. And cut it so you could paste if you need to. Thank you, sir. Now, after constitute the non-binding approval of that, thank you. Just one subclass. Enter. And inwards, but you'll get to it. It's fine. There will be a statement made by the student government claiming, or stating the action that will be taken based off of this referendum. Period. And then if you just scrap the word word non-binding. Just amuse me here, please. So I can read this, because like it's having a hard time. It's late.
I'm going to summarize in essence what Mr. Patel is getting at here. He wants to remove binding and non-binding from the language entirely. And regardless of what happens, the referendum shall be acted upon by student government. However, a statement simply stating that this opinion shall now be forwarded to the University Board of Trustees shall constitute action, and the student government will be cleared of its responsibilities. If there's further action to be taken by student government that can be taken, student government will issue in that statement that not only will the opinion be forwarded to the University Board of Trustees, student government will take this certain action. If you understand what I mean.
Government will...
Okay? That is Mr. Patel's seeming proposed solution.
Just really quick. Stating the action that student government will take based off. So without will be taken. Shall take, sorry. If that question, I don't know.
That is Mr. Patel's proposal. Aldridge McCann.
No, it's just me thinking out loud.
He's thinking out loud.
The whole reason why this was all brought to the ad hoc, why it was discussed, because there was no binding or non-binding, because it was one of those things where
it was already non-binding.
It was because it was non-binding in practice, but not in statutes. Because like we do with a lot of different things around here, we say we're going to do it, but then it's a vast vacuum of who knows. And that's why it's open to interpretation. That's why we're having a lot of problems with the midterm elections, because there was a matter of interpretation where different people thought there was different things wrong with it. I think and that's why the committee sat there and argued for probably about an hour, people that were on the committee, for about an hour about what we thought was non-binding or binding. I think at the end of the day, if anything gets approved by, so the students, more than 50% of the students say that we like this suggestion or this question that's being proposed to them, then student government is going to say, they're going to have something to say about it. So if someone comes up and says, so let's say the week after the election, everyone comes back and says, what are we going to do about the green energy fee? Well, obviously he's going to have to reply back to it because you guys are the ones who saw the vote with 60%, for example, that was voted yes. Both the student president and the student vice president are going to say, well, you're going to ask them what happened, and they're going to say, if it's 60%, we took it to the board of trustees and said the student voted 60%. So they're going to give a statement. And that doesn't say written or public. They're just going to give a statement. So we are going to do that regardless of having to do this. I think at this point you're just trying to over-legislate everything going on. If it's non-binding and if it's approved, the student government leaders are going to be directly asked, okay, what are you going to do about it? We've called out Sean and Will if we thought they had done something wrong, right? And it's our duty to call out our leaders, as Sean wants you guys to do. So you're going to ask him, what are you doing to help resolve this problem? Or what are you helping to do implement it? That's going to be the statement that he's going to make. So I think where it's already there, it's already sort of, assumed that his responsibility is to do that. And that's why I think you're just over-legislating here.
I do want to bring up a good point, at least I think it's a good point. So last year, you're saying it's over legislation, but I do want to bring up a couple of points actually. The first one is, if it's not binding, it's pretty much implied that it's non-binding. And that's where it comes in last year with the hour shift. You say that we should have called them out. I don't recall anybody here from Senate calling out executive branch last year for not following the vote of the students. Do you? Did anybody in here from Senate last year remember any of that coming up?
I didn't
think so.
Yes.
So what I'm trying to say is, you say that you're supposed to go ahead and do something for the students when it comes up, but you're not actually following through with it. You were in Senate last year. Did you call out the executive branch? And he can answer, and I'll sit down.
Aldridge. I think, yes, there was public dissatisfaction that the art shirt was white, and it was not the image that they liked, so people complained about it. I did not see, my opinion was not as valid or as worth the conversation as others, but yes, there was public dissatisfaction that the white shirt and not the design of the sleeve. Thank you.
It's not about your opinion. It was the vote. That's what I'm trying to say. Your opinion was that you didn't think was important. But the vote of the students was important. It shouldn't be about your opinion. You should have fought for the vote, not for your opinion. And that's the problem that comes down to it. A lot of people in this room might just fight for their opinion. You guys may not, but but in the future it might. And by leaving that up to the students, it'll just happen like last year where the vote is completely ignored. And it comes down to one person or two people or a marketing department saying they don't like this color, they don't like this design, we like this one. And I don't think that's appropriate. And you just brought it up right there when you said it. You didn't think your opinion was important enough. It's not about your opinion or opinion of the senators, it's about the vote. Had you said, I didn't think the vote was it was a 60% to 40% vote, if I recall correctly, something along those lines. That's what should have mattered, not if your opinion about the shirt mattered. And you operated on the basis of your opinion, but you're saying that no one would do that in the future. You're a very good Senate Pro Tempore, and also you're a model for a lot of these senators, but you yourself have made that mistake. Why can't others in the future make that mistake as well?
What I was referring to, that my opinion was not as well formulated to be able to speak in discussion. So, you obviously, if you don't have a point worth discussing, you don't discuss it. You make your vote. But those people that are more formulated in their opinion at that time on that issue will make their opinions heard. That's why we have a whole body to it. That's why I'm not the one making the decision.
What I'm saying is, it should have been a very simple thing to say. The students voted for this, not this. This is what we do. It should have been simple. It's nothing to formulate. I could say right now with no thought or preparation for it. The students voted for one thing, and the student government went with something different. And that's inappropriate if you ask me. And that's why I would like that. I actually like Mr. Canton's proposal. I like it very much. If only we could just give executive branch a little bit of say. But I do get the point he's saying. I personally think that executive branch gets say, but the point he brought up is that we're here to say if it's feasible or not. And I completely agree with that. You guys, or Senate at least, is here to voice the concern of the students. Executive branch isn't necessarily here just for the students. So he brought up a very good point, and I like his amendment very much.
I feel that this discussion has started to encompass a lot of issues not directly related to the bill at hand, and I would like to refocus the discussion here. Okay. So, could I talk about specifically what Mr. Patel has proposed here?
Mm-hmm.
To me, this is a very poor compromise between trying not to find a way to say binding or non-binding that essentially makes the student referendum useless, because the interpretive powers of student government become so broad the way that this is written that a student referendum we can take all the teeth out of any student referendum that comes up with no recourse to the students. And there's not even a strong element of public opinion incorporated to make sure that we don't do that. We give a referendum to the campaign that we give a statement or a memorandum to the referendum campaign that was actively working on it, and the other 35,000 students who this was only a peripheral issue in their consciousness, they're never going to think about it again.
Ms. Abraham.
In the previous amendment that Mr. Cantor tried to make, the only issue was the issue that who would be making this statement, since the Senate President is not involved in the discussion, correct?
The Senate President is not in power to control the executive branch.
Okay, well, not executive, but because in his amendment he said the statement could be given by Senate President, right? Or he was trying to make that amendment, and since he's not in the discussion, Mr. Patel was saying that he can't make a statement.
He can't make a statement based on what the president thinks, yes.
Okay, so what if he changed it to pro tempore, since he's involved in the discussion?
That's not something that's officially codified, I would think. You can tell.
I know this is poorly written. It's like, I don't have anywhere to write, so I'll just get it out loud. But, perfect example. Thank you, Ms. Messina. So, the referendum for the hour shirt. I just want your general understanding or your general feeling on how that should have been handled, okay? Just so I can understand how to write a law. The hour shirt was voted on, and they picked one thing, 60% over 40%. If that was an election, you would have won if you were the 60%, right? Like, everyone's on the same page. It was not the one that was used because it's non-binding. We have a white hour shirt. A lot of people don't like a white hour shirt. It's just something that students as a whole who paid for the shirt. It's not like the marketing branch or whoever just picked the shirt, paid for the shirt. No, you paid for the shirt. So, can I just understand what you guys want to have happen in the future with that said referendum? So just imagine, most referendums are not very big on this campus. They just don't happen. So imagine right now you're dealing with the hour shirt. Just take the hour shirt for a basic example. We'll start from there. What should happen for the hour shirt? Okay, so the way hour shirts work, just so people don't know. You propose an idea for the hour shirt. You submit it. It's due Friday. then they'll post it on the actual referendum and say, hey, which one do you want? Because you've all voted for it. So which one do you want? You pick one, whichever one wins, is a suggestion brought to marketing that they can then use or not use. Is that something you're okay with? That's the other question.
Yes.
Mr. Hausman, could you correct the process?
Can I further explain the process?
Mr. Hausman.
All right, so the process is the submissions are part of a submission period hosted by the executive branch. Then there is a committee formed in which, see, the whole thing with the Archer is the youth, the athletics youth, the youth that everyone knows about that USF is known for. It's known as the iconic youth, and that copyright is held by USF Athletics, and they are the holders of this copyright. So they're the decision makers on it. Anything that wants to use it has to get their approval. So if we want to abandon Rocky, if we want to abandon the U, and all other things that are controlled by them,
Point of order.
then we would have, I'm explaining the process.
You can interrupt for a point of order through parliamentary procedure, though.
Mr. Canton.
I'm sorry, I want to make a point of order because I feel like the metaphor that was meant to clarify this discussion has gotten to a level of complexity and detail that is instead obscuring the issue, and I think that the entire R-shaped track of discussion should be abandoned.
That's our biggest referendum.
I understand it's our biggest referendum, but we've gotten into so much historical detail and minutiae surrounding R-shaped.
Patel, can you please just cut to the point of
It is, but it has nothing to do with the
I understand,
the
but
bill
for the
anymore.
sake of time and for the interest of this body to actually understand the point, Mr. Patel, can you cut to the chase and tell us the point of your metaphor?
If the students say they want something, what is our stance on it? That's all I want from you guys. What stance do you want to take on it?
That's a question the rhetorical body can't technically answer unless there's a motion to vote. Alder had his hand up first.
I will
Let's move to
rhetorically
the-
answer that. The body just voted a moment ago, was 5 to 19 to do non-binding. So I think at this point, unless he's gonna actually make the motion, I'd like to move on.
But it was non-binding with a stipulation,
At that
if I
time.
remember correctly.
And now there's been 2 attempts to make a stipulation and neither seems to
So
be.
that does not make that vote count.
That vote was simply a gauge
Sure,
of opinion.
well, still-
Patel, that gauge of opinion should respond to your question, letting you know how the body feels.
Yes.
This is really dangerous if I let Asuna speak. Asuna, and then Canton.
I want to bring up that, honestly, I think the answer that Mr. Patel was trying to get was, what would you guys do if the students were to ask you to do something? I would imagine that you all would want to do it if it's possible. And I'm hoping none of you will correct me because I'm hoping that I'm not wrong in this case. We should all be able to do what, we should all want to do what the students want to do if it's within our power. So what I'm saying is, I think that it would be great if Mr. Canton would re-put his motion on the floor, or the amendment, and if the Senate might vote on that, and if there were any friendly amendments they'd like to do, that would be perfect. That would be great if they have any points they want to bring up, such as executive branch might want to say, or who should release a public opinion. But I think right now we're going back to an argument we've already had. And I think if we could just put this amendment and try to put friendly amendments on it, if not, honestly, I don't think I've seen any other or heard any other feasible solutions to the situation, or any more feasible than Mr. Canton's. So this is just a recommendation to the Senate. I obviously cannot do anything. I'm just the gatherer.
Okay. Are there any motions at this time? Patel.
My friendly amendment would be for the end of it to say.
The end of Canton's proposal.
Sure, exactly. Yeah, the one that is. Do you want to repropose your proposal? Would you like to?
I wanted to hear what. I'm not sure.
Ms. Cologne.
Yeah, what's up, guys? So I just wanted to know, like, it's actually towards your amendment. I wanted to know why it should be the Senate President's idea to have to write and post. That's all. Like, I don't understand why it can't be like student government.
Canton.
Okay, so this was Mr. Patel's problem too. Here was my reasoning in doing this. The job of the student body or of the Senate is to be the most direct representation of the student body in student government. We're kind of like Congress is to the United States. We are supposed to be the most numerous, the closest to the pulse of the people. So by having the Senate vote and be the ones with the authority to decide whether it is binding or non-binding, my intent was to preserve the maximum amount of democratic liberty in the discussion. Because there's so many of us, because we're close to our constituents, our vote is going to much more closely mirror the opinion, is more likely to more closely mirror the opinion of the general populace than the executive branch votes. as the Senate president, the Senate president is then best able to express the opinion of the Senate on why we thought that our vote was closest to the popular will in a way that the student body president isn't, because he's a less direct representative of the people. So that was my reasoning in why it's the Senate that both votes on it and provides the justification.
I just have a follow-up. If it was to stay this way, where it says Senate President shall write the post, do you have a timeline? Or can they just be like, yo, I'm gonna do it like right before I leave office? So if you were to keep it this way, do you have a timeline in which they have to actually act?
I would be open to an amendment stipulating a timeline, especially since that's how it is in the rest of the bills. We put deadlines on it.
Okay.
Could I amend to 14 business days? So he has 2 weeks to justify the vote of the Senate.
Okay, so
So yes, after an open letter justifying the decision of the Senate to the student body within 14 business days.
10 business.
Oh wait, 10 business days.
So-
Yeah, sorry, that's 2 weeks. That's 2 weeks. Sorry.
it's out.
If this is the way you guys want to propose a referendum, then I support just having it be non-binding and not having another screening process for something that has already been screened 4 times before. Like, what's the point of someone saying something if we're going to screen it this many times and in this weird of a way? Like, I've never seen someone screen something like this, dude. But that's just me. Like, the only problem I'm having, again, is that you're saying it's the binding approval of everybody. Now, Will might have a reason why he can't do something that is not my reason or your reason. So we bindingly approve that this is the way we'll do it. Now Will is bound by law because we approved it as law to do that. But he has some reason that he can't state at this point because we already stated the reason why publicly. That's my only concern. And outside of that, I just think this is going so far that I would rather just keep it non-binding and not have to deal with loopholes of like bureaucracy.
I just want to respond to that. The entire purpose of this referendum is so that popular action can be forced on a decision that the students don't feel the current student government is taking enough initiative on. As to your point about the non-binding resolution, I personally would be open to just leaving it non-binding. There's been a lot of concerns expressed about that and that it doesn't adequately represent the will of the people. So I think that this is a good middle ground where we can still make sure that the voice of the students can have the force to move student government, even if student government doesn't necessarily want to move, while still preserving checks and balances that will protect against fantastical ideas or the violation of minority rights.
Cologne.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding you. Are you completely annexing your clauses and just saying, hey, it's non-binding? Or are you keeping these clauses the way they are?
In the interest of moving the discussion forward, because there has been a seemingly intractable divide between those who wish to be binding and those who wish to be non-binding, I'm keeping the clauses, even though my personal opinion as just a dude who enjoys reading legislation and thinking through legislative theory is that it may be simpler to have non-binding. As a senator who's interested in trying to work with the entire body towards a solution, I think this is a really good compromise.
Dell.
I think this is a rushed compromise. I believe there are many smarter ways to think of this in a more elaborated form. And that right now, since there is such a heavy topic of non-binding approval and all that kind of stuff, you'll know as soon as our referendum is passed this year, imagine when it gets passed, there's enough attention on it to get it addressed for this year. If they're not, like, someone's going to follow through with it, if that makes any sense. So you have the rest of this year to figure out how you want to address it in a better sense than this. I just don't know if this is your best way of addressing a referendum.
All right, here's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to list out the solutions we have proposed. And currently, we have one solution proposed. That is the language by Mr. Cannon. Okay? So it's a non-binding referendum with subclauses.
Those subclauses.
With those subclauses.
Sure, okay.
Okay? Are there any other proposed solutions? Mr. Patel.
there would be other subclauses that cannot be thought of in this point in time because of everyone.
Well, we have this point in time, Mr. Patel.
Do you guys? I don't mind. I'll stay here until midnight. Let's do this.
Okay.
But
Are there any?
I'm sure everyone else will just start voting for no reason then.
Can you please provide us with those subclauses?
It takes work. I don't.
Mr. Morahone.
All right, so correct me if I'm wrong, but we all agreed on non-binding.
That's what the straw poll
Okay.
said.
While I do believe that we need the statutes, I feel like this is completely rushed, and if we actually thought this out, we could do a lot better than these statutes.
Well, I admire your opinion. That's not what I asked. I asked if you have another proposal.
So my proposal
amend this
would be
fix
just the
this problem.
non-binding part.
We take out what?
Just the non-binding part. That's
We
all-
just
that's
take out the
all
non-binding
that's all
language.
that's
But
there.
we leave these
No,
subclauses.
no, you leave the
No
non-binding, you take
You
everything
take
else.
out the. You
Take out all the subclauses and just leave non-binding.
Yes.
Okay. Non-binding. No clauses. Are there any other proposed solutions to the issue at hand?
Wait.
Ms. Hoda.
Well, didn't we take us? Didn't
We did take a straw poll, but that's not what I'm asking right now. What I'm asking are any other proposals.
I am.
Can't.
I would like a motion to. Wait, how time? Point
Okay,
of
any other
information.
proposals?
Point of information.
Okay.
How time sensitive is this? What's the exact
Apparently
deadline?
this needs to be done by tonight or by this week.
No, it's tonight.
By tonight.
And if it doesn't, so here, let me just.
Sal can clarify.
So, it has to be done tonight, just so we can have the elections that are coming up, understand how they're gonna operate, right? Because they're gonna start accepting referendums.
And the campaign starts.
Exactly.
Okay.
And so, the way you wanna do this is you don't wanna rush something that's gonna, just ruin the whole cycle. I'd rather leave it the way, because honestly, it was.
Fantastic. Any other proposed amendments or solutions?
I think our third option has been to remove the subclauses and make it binding. So those are three
So
options.
you would like
That
to make
is
it
one of
binding.
the options that
That's
was presented.
an option that you would like to present right
Yes.
now.
You presented.
Yes.
Okay.
Seeing as it has to already jump
No
through
clause.
several hoops. Yeah.
No clause. Any other proposed solutions? Morahone.
Unless there's another proposed solution, all three of the points, okay, well, let me just finish and then, all three of the points, or the solutions that have already been put up, have already been discussed at length.
Definitely.
So, I will let him speak and then I would motion to vote right after.
Last solution, perhaps, to make it binding with a clause, a majority vote of Senate and the signature of the president makes it non-binding. Subclause under that, if vetoed by the student body president, a supermajority vote may nullify the veto. Sorry, fellas. Just want everyone to know I'm not just trying to waste your time or my time. I think this decision is very serious, and we're not arguing over water parks or anything like that. And another point of clarification, the student body never knew we were going to make this decision, neither did they know the ruling before it. So the fact that they never brought up a water park then means they're not going to bring it up now, because they don't know we're making this decision. So they're just going to make these crazy ideas.
That's fantastic. Can I get the language? Do you have language for your proposed solution?
I mean, it was kind of like a summary legal language. I don't know if you guys can work.
No,
To be
you can work.
binding with a clause.
You can work. Can you give me language for this binding?
I'll read it to you now. You can type it up as it is.
Okay, read it to me now.
Binding.
Okay, with binding language. This is the first
Binding.
subclause.
First clause. The majority vote of Senate and the signature of the president makes it non-binding.
This is the first subclause.
Of the Senate and the signature
Of the president makes it
of the
non-binding.
student body president.
Yes. Subclause.
On the same level or on another?
Same.
Okay.
And then if vetoed by the president, then a supermajority vote of the Senate will nullify that veto. So pretty much a check for the check. I'm sorry, I wanted to make that a subclause of the previous clause. Sorry about that. So it's a clause and a subclause.
So you're vetoed by the student body president.
Yes, then the Senate can veto that veto section. This way no one has too much power by themselves. And,
And that is all that you propose.
and that is what I propose.
So you propose that the initial clause states that referendums are binding?
Yes. And then if we wanted to make it non-binding, we'd have to have a majority vote of the Senate, which would be us, and the signature of the president. And then if the executive branch had a problem with that, the
So
student
you mean
body-
that in this first subclause, that the majority vote and the student body president's signature makes
would
it
no-
non-binding?
would make it non-binding after it was already binding. So it's
Okay.
binding, then we can come to a vote decision after that.
Okay.
And then the subclause is just.
Here we go. Time to list out our options.
I'm gonna start discussing it.
Silence, please, silence. Our first option. Okay. Referendums are non-binding. No further language. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, God.
Sure. President. May I ask if anyone has any questions regarding my,
Are there any questions regarding Mr. Ebenemus's?
please address them to me. I don't mind if they're harsh or if you really are confused, I'll try to explain as best as possible. Anyone? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
King.
Okay, so what happens in the period between when a referendum is voted on and approved by the student body, yet it still has to be figured out by the Senate whether they're going to vote for it to be non-binding? Like, it's generally speaking not good to have like rules and laws that might not be rules and laws in like a week.
Well, then I guess with that, I guess we should just stipulate a timing, but at least we would know, we have the general idea of what we want to do, and then we could have a specific time, like you said, certain business days, so on and so forth. And then I think it would be fair. I mean, it's binding unless we have an issue with it, then we put it on hold, and then we vote on it. Otherwise, it's binding. But if we have an issue with it, of course it's on hold, we don't act upon it. Yeah, of course.
Okay, Mr. Elo, looks that question? Is that Mr. Ebenemus? Okay, last question.
Based off of what Ken was saying, so we don't decide non-binding for 3-4 weeks. Does that mean they start acting upon this finding?
At that point where the timing is, or when it becomes a really long time, I believe that we should stipulate how long we should set, you know.
Would you like to stipulate in your language how long it should be?
Right now? Between when the student body votes and when we should.
Yeah, when this majority vote by the Senate and the signature by the president should occur by.
May I take Mr. Patel's advice?
Mr. Patel.
Really quick, okay, so say, what's the timeline for when a referendum has to be turned in by?
10 business days prior to the election is going to be voted on, so
Okay.
2 business weeks.
And then after it's voted on, when do you get it? You get the results when?
I get the results the next day and I certify them about 21 hours after the close of the polls.
And then that's after spring break, right? Or
No,
before?
they'll be certified before spring break. They'll be certified the Friday a week before spring break.
So you have 5 business days, then spring break, then the rest of the year.
Yes.
Just like speculating. Cool. Just Philly's perspective.
Do you have a timeline?
Again, don't rush it. Think about it. Because it's tomorrow.
Okay, so the time limit that we're trying to place right now is between when the referendum is deemed binding and then whether we want to deem it unbinding or not.
Yeah, how long?
Why don't we just do it by the next Senate meeting?
Because we'll have to sign it.
I give it 2 Senate meetings then, which would make it what, 10 business days?
So, majority vote?
That gives us enough time to do it like we need to. No, Mr. Patel? You have a friendly amendment? Sorry.
So?
Your amendment would be flawed because I, by statute, don't need to have a Senate meeting more than once a month. Twice a month? Adam, twice a month?
What?
Senate meeting is twice a month, right? At minimum?
It's during the summer. I mean, there's nothing in statute that says it. I don't think it has to be every week during the fall,
Okay.
spring semester.
Right, because I can just cancel it and then what?
Forget
like,
the sending me a justification, I just put in number of days.
Okay, that's all I should.
Business days.
10 business.
But really quick, so would your amendment be before, like it'd say referendums are binding within or after X number of days giving their judgment, or is it binding then we
they're
decide?
binding right as soon as the student body votes and there's a majority in favor, then it's binding. If the Senate has a problem and they want to vote against it, then they have 10 business days to do that. Otherwise, it's considered binding and that's it.
But
We
that's,
had our chance.
no, but that is what I'm.
So if we have a problem, we have 10 business days to address that issue and vote on it. Otherwise, it's binding because it was already a majority vote. There's no reason.
Just really quick.
Tell.
So comparing that to a budget bill, once you approve it, it's quote unquote not binding. You get that? So like once you guys vote on it, it's in limbo until I sign it and until Will signs it.
Right.
It can't be taken. Nothing can be done for it until Will signs it. If that makes any sense. So I'd like, if it was me, I'd parallel that to this, saying that it is not, it's nothing. It's in limbo until it is decided upon, and if no decision is made, then it's binding.
Okay, no, it's binding. Then if
But it cannot, because what I'm trying to tell you is, imagine a budget bill goes forward. You guys vote on it and it's approved. Will vetoes it. You can't unapprove the money. It's now put in your account. Does that make sense? So imagine you allocated money for this year. You did something for it. You've already done it within those 10 days. Some law was made and some action could have been taken within those 10 days. That is
what
then
about
not
when there's a
Okay.
person?
The issue at hand is that by default, it is binding according to your proposal.
Yes.
Would you like to keep that?
Yes.
We're done here. Okay. Here are the 4 options now. All right. First option is that referendums are non-binding, no further subclauses. The second option is that referendums are non-binding with the subclauses proposed by Mr. Kane. Third option, referendums are binding, no further language, no further clauses. Fourth option, referendums are binding with these subclauses. Okay? Those are our options. I will not accept any motions, questions, or points that do not pertain to these options. Patel.
Do I have an addition?
Sure.
Okay. Well then, my 5th one would be referendums are valid.
Wait, another option?
Yes.
No, these are the 4 options.
All right, whatever then.
Hassan. Motion to vote.
Now, I have a point of clarification.
Point of clarification.
My question is, so I think what the body wants to do is that they want to have a plurality, that whatever gets the most votes, regardless if it's a majority. Because there's a possibility of not getting a majority when you have
4 options.
There's 4 options. There's no commentary after that. That's because that's the way it's been put up here. Unless you guys want to make 2 options and make that be a majority.
All right, is it possible for the top 2 pluralities to then get another vote?
A runoff?
And
Yeah,
then,
but we
and
can
then
just
get a majority?
straw poll it.
could.
We can just straw poll it up until
Or you could,
then we don't have to use the stupid thing.
Okay, we can vote by straw poll. We can vote by straw poll. Top 2 will end up getting an actual vote.
okay.
Okay. All right. So is that a motion, Mr. Mohammed?
Yeah, so moved.
Okay. All right. So we're now in a straw poll. All those in favor of option 1? Hands high. Hands high. 1. Hands changing. Okay.
For your information, this is non-binding, correct?
It's number 1.
Number 1. Option number 1.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Hands high. Hands high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. All those in favor of option 2? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those in favor of option 3? All those in favor of option 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Top 2 or 1 and 2?
We can straw poll this thing too.
Well, last time we did.
I want it on record. I want the vote count on record. Okay, so there are the two options. The majority will. Yeah. Do we? Where's quorum? What's that? Where's quorum? Alright, let's go. Go with the vote.
Is there a motion?
The motion was a multiple-part motion by Mr. Mahoney. That stipulated we would move into an actual vote after the straw poll. Everybody's clicked? Everybody's clicked?
Yes, sir.
That is disappointing. You guys be the student body voice. You can gavel me out. The student body voice just doesn't matter. That's very disappointing. And it's difficult to see that people who got voted in. I got 3 gavels. People who got voted in are told that they cannot have
Somebody
a voice.
please escort him
in
outside of the
government.
room. Mr. Suna, could you please leave?
I would like 2 more gavels, please.
Okay.
Continue with the bill.
It's 4 hours. Nothing changed.
Well,
How much of the rest of the agenda is time sensitive?
This bill and fiscal legislation.
Okay.
I mean, we're getting these orgs funded, guys. We'll table judicial reform. We're funding the orgs.
okay. Ms. Abraham?
Yeah. May I motion to postpone SBS 54015 until the next meeting?
I'll make a motion after we actually vote on this one. Okay? I'll do it.
Can we motion to vote for this bill?
On this bill. Any objections, Aldridge?
I have amendments.
Wait, what? All right, I don't resent. I'm sorry.
Whoa. There's multiple. It's a yes. There's amendments.
Aldridge has amendments.
Wait.
You haven't even heard his amendments.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
That's a different bill. There are 2 bills sent to you, sir.
Okay, so I rescind.
You rescind, Aldridge, you rescind?
I rescind.
Rescind, all right. Aldridge, can I see your amendments?
All right. So there's actually one change that needs. It's in the other document.
I'm on the other document.
Oh, okay. It is 7. It's. Where is it about? It's no. 704.
Can you go to review? Just the review button and see if you can see.
Yeah, that is.
where
That's
added.
it. Okay.
Oh,
So there's 2 changes from what the bill currently states. It's 704.1.3 and its subclause. Basically, what was stated in 701 was talking about the deadline for which the ERC has to certify the results. And if you remember that big long paragraph, it said if a grievance is filed against the Senate election, the whole college will be not certified until the grievance, same with the president referendum. Okay, also in 7.1 it said, as was made in the ad hoc, that all grievances filed to the ERC must be due by 5 p.m. on the day which was certified. However, this is not stating anything to the court. And in the past, you can see that the line that's striked out in the first clause, it says 24 hours after, which would be 8 p.m. So this would just put the same statute of limitations for cases to be filed at 5 p.m., which is the same as what was proposed in 701 for cases to be filed with the ERC. The subclause just says that if the ERC holds a grievance, they decide this campaign ticket should be docked, 2 minor or a major violation for 3 points and be thrown out of the whole thing. This gives whoever wants to appeal, it gives them 48 hours after the original opinion is sent to them through email. Because right now there is no, There is no set deadline for that. So, he has to send it to the parties that are involved. In this case, the ERCO sends the parties involved. They have 48 hours to decide what, if anyone wants to appeal, then that way, if there's a deadline that's clear for the ERC, so after that point, they can go ahead and certify it and not be sort of put in limbo by groups wanting to possibly appeal. So that is the amendment. There's clause and subclause of the amendments. Any questions?
You only had one amendment in this document?
I'm sure there's one, but that's the first one.
How many more?
Let's go.
Let's take a look at this amendment. Are there any questions on this amendment? Are there any motions on this amendment? Who did?
Motion to accept amendment.
Motion to accept this amendment. Are there any objections? Okay.
If you can go to, we'll go ahead and 705. If you can go to 705. And then scroll down. Keep going. Okay. So the amendment I would like to make, and it's going to be a little bit more rough than the first one, so I apologize. This whole entire time we've talked about the court having constitutional conformity, but yet we never stated it. So, and it's just going to need to be made twice for both student referendums and student government referendums. So if you can go to, can you scroll up? You can go to slightly more. Okay, okay. Okay, between 705.3.2 and 705.3.3, I'd like another clause. The suggestion is another clause. It would state, to be certified, to be authorized, because authorized is in the next clause. To be authorized by the Supreme Court to be put on the ballot, placed on the ballot, thank you, I apologize. The student referendum shall be sent to the Supreme Court for a review of constitutional conformity. So, actually, yeah, that should be it. Now, here's what sort of, and this is why we've had the two bills come up alongside each other, the Title VII and Title V bill. But I would like to make an amendment when we get to the Title V bill is that you define what the constitutional conformity review would consist of. So, as has been standard practice, which it seems like it is a precedent that is both has been fine and is fine going forward, the precedent would be that there be a review by both the judicial branch, by the Supreme Court, and by general counsel for the university. However, that would be stated in Title V under the duties. Because statutes, it's not one of those things where one clause takes precedent over another unless it's within the subclause directly within under that original clause. So one clause in 705.3.3 would state that it has to be sent for review of constitutional conformity. And then in Title V, it would explain, which is the Supreme Court's purview, it would explain what a constitutional conformity consists of. I'm trying to do best. Is everyone, questions, issues with that?
Okay. Motions. Morone.
Motion to approve
this amendment. Any objections? Aziz? Is that an objection? Any objections?
Can I ask the court and Mr. Hausman, who were both, we discussed this in previous instances, do we need to explain further what, like, if it is approved, it's on the ballot, if not, no? Or is that sort of inferred? Like, if you can go back to the bill, the election, the other one. And you're fine. Does it need to state something else that if it is? We're okay?
We're good. Okay, question. Continue.
Okay, that's that.
Don't drop the gavel.
Does that need any other clarification? Okay, so that thing right there, does it need any more clarification as if there's a yes or no? So like, I feel like it doesn't. Because if it...
What exactly is your question?
My question is, does it need to say something, if it is authorized, it will be put on the ballot? Does that need to be stated? Or if it is not authorized?
Well, it seems like it would be assumed if it's not authorized, it wouldn't go on the ballot. If here it says to be authorized by the Supreme Court to be placed on the ballot, I think it's just assumed.
Let's assume that, like, pending
You know what I mean?
approval.
Okay, I like to...
That pending approval through the process is that it proceeds to go on the ballot.
Okay, I'd like to make a subclause for that amendment that would state that if passed through the constitutional conformity review, the student referendum, I'm sorry, if passed through the constitutional conformity review, the student amendment as written, a referendum, I'm sorry, student referendum as written shall be placed on the ballot. Okay, and I feel like that suffices. This was all the same exact two clauses that would need to be put in 705.4 point, I think somewhere around 5. It would just need to say, actually, yeah, student government referendum in the subclause, because everything else is still generic.
Okay. Shouldn't it just be referendum, not student referendum? Because
I guess we're yeah, sure. So if you can take out that student.
It's on the record. You're just come on. You felt.
You can take out the record.
No, it's on the record. I'll tell you later. Okay. Mr. Oliver, go.
That subclause there, the student referendum, if you just take out the word student. Okay. So now that's the whole thing.
Okay. Motions. Morahone? Is that a motion?
Oh, motion approved.
Motion is no objections. Okay.
So if you can copy and paste that to 705.4. Uh, 705.4, between 0.4.3 and between 0.4.4. Yeah. Except in this, the initial, the clause, not the subclause, instead of placed on the ballot, would be sent to the Senate. Because when we want them to authorize it first before we vote.
So.
Yes.
Student government referendum.
And the same thing with
And the same
subclause
thing
with government.
Right. Thank you.
No, thank you. Okay. Same thing, just reword the names. Questions, thoughts?
Canton.
Just, okay. Mostly this is just like minor language things.
That's fine.
like it passed through the constitutional conformity review, or I don't know, like is that what the process is called? The constitutional conformity review? Is that where are we gonna like refer to it from here on out?
If I can yield, well, I think that's what it is, but I'll yield to Sammy. Just provide maybe some other clarification on that.
It's called constitutional conformity, to make sure that it conforms with the Constitution.
Yeah.
That's the best way to put it.
So it's just a review of it being conforming to the Constitution.
So, and by constitution, you mean all legal documents, right?
Constitution, statutes.
Thank you. Okay. As long as we have that on the record.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, you're right. So it says, if the referendum is found to conform with the Constitution, the student. Never mind. I withdraw.
Okay. Any other
Motions.
questions or thoughts, motions?
Oh wait, no. There's one other thing that bothered me. Here's what it was. Instead of to be authorized by the Supreme Court to be sent to the Senate, can we say to be authorized by the Supreme Court and sent to the Senate?
Sure. It's a great idea. I will, yes. And be sent. Yeah. Any other questions?
Is authorized the proper word, though?
That's what we used up there.
That's what we used up
Yeah.
there.
All right, that's the only reason why.
Motions, questions, points. Motions,
Do
questions,
order,
points.
do we have quorum?
Yes.
I would like the motion to reestablish quorum, at least.
Okay.
I want to know. It takes a minute.
Oh.
On the record, it's not right. All right, press one if you're here, please. What's that? All right, everybody's clicked?
Hold on.
Everybody please click?
There's 26 not 2 minutes ago. Okay.
Yeah? Okay?
Yeah.
All right. That last vote we took, that big vote, okay, we technically had 14 to 12. And according to our quorum, the majority was 16. We didn't have a majority vote either way, according to our quorum numbers. And so just because of that, it's going to be really simple. We're going to just redo the vote right now. And according to these numbers, majority shall be easily met, or if the vote remains the same. Okay? It's been bugging me. It's technically our action wasn't even an action because there was no actual majority vote. So, I'll take a motion.
Motion to vote on the amendment previously voted on.
A motion to redo that. Adam, can you just do it? Okay. All right. So that was a motion by Ms. Couture. Are there any objections to that vote? Rohan?
Point of inquiry, what is the majority needed to reach?
Majority needed to reach right now is 12.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Should a quorum be reestablished as two senators walked
Quorum.
in?
It was just reestablished.
Quorum had just been reestablished.
Two senators walked in, one senator walked in, two senators walked in. At least I'm constipating myself, I just walked in the room.
So for the record, we have 23 people. Thank you.
That's not how that works. Okay, you know what? Just do it. This is just. I can't deny emotional status quo. All right, everybody, just quick ones, quick ones, quick ones. Okay, it's 24 magically. So I can do this one now?
Yeah, I guess, if everyone's, yeah. You don't even need it.
This one? Okay. Hold on. You guys remember these ones? Two people haven't clicked. One person hasn't clicked.
Well then, if,
Hold on.
We're in voting procedure. This is,
About voting procedure.
okay.
So option 1 is just non-binding, option 2 is the binding with amendments.
yep,
Yes.
that's it.
Can you repeat that one more time?
1 was non-binding, 2 is non-binding and with amendment. Sorry.
Okay, there we are. All right. Okay. All right. That's good. Aldridge, do you have any more amendments?
Can you make one little scroll through it all? I know it's. Oh, it's 703. Well, go ahead and do that so we can make sure I don't forget. That's still the same.
Really fast scroll.
I know. Yeah, it's still the same. Wait, click up. Oh, wait, you said during the election. Okay, I'm sorry. Never mind. Okay, so it looks like the only other thing is in 703. I just wanted to keep going. Okay, so 703.6.2. I know how this little sort of subsection says violation assessment. I think it could be interpreted that that clause falls under it with it because it's the same sort of general area as was in 702. But this just restates the same stuff that's in the clause that we've made for 702, that no grievances may be filed with the ERC after 5 p.m. on the day of the certification of the results of midterm. It's word for word with general, except instead of general opinion.
Okay. It's exactly what we had up in the other one. Let's just also clarify this for the next sense. Good to see. Objections? None. Amendments approved. That's it. We have the bill as it's written, as we've discussed for 4 hours. More home.
Motion to approve the bill.
Motion to vote on the bill.
Or motion to vote on the bill.
Any objections to voting on this bill? Seeing none.
I got to decide.
Seeing none. In voting procedures. Mr. Patel, that's an objection?
Yes.
What's the objection?
I'm just running through the bill one last time.
You
And
can
so
read
if
the
I
motion,
get
so
one
you can read
second
the bill one last
before,
time.
in case I want to make a
Rescinded.
objection.
Okay, Mr. Patel, please
Thanks.
continue reading your bill. The bill. It's our bill.
Could you go to 704.1.3? Okay, that's good. We're good? I'm looking at that one. And then moving on, just really quick, just double check something. 705.2.4. Yeah.
Larkins, question?
And then the last one is 700.38.
Larkins, I recognize Larkins for a question. Larkins? Yeah.
Since the debate was on 705.3.4, I remember 705.4.8 said the same thing as That one you changed.
Yeah, they're the same.
Does that one get changed to what we voted on?
Technically, it ended up that we didn't change anything.
Okay.
It's out.
700.38.
700.38.
Yes, sir. I don't remember the word student being in there, but from the ad hoc, that's
Okay. Do I have a motion? Aldridge?
Well, I mean, I think we were talking about referendum campaign. We were talking about student referendums. We obviously, I think, agreed at the end of the day that there was a campaign for a student referendum, but I don't know if there's a campaign for a student government referendum. So, like, when we submit referendums to the ballot, we don't necessarily have a group. We're not, you vote this way. We're saying, students, please vote so we can just make your opinions heard. So I don't know if that was something that I guess might not have been in there now, but having seen that there, I don't know if it's something that we should take out.
No.
well,
Yeah.
the only question I have is, so imagine anybody, so imagine Zan was standing by the polling station saying, vote yes for this. Who would we assess the violation to if it was a student government referendum?
Aldridge.
As was outlined in the ad hoc committee multiple times, that would be something that you would take to student rights and responsibilities over. Because at that point, she's not representing student government, she's just representing ZNT. And so ZNT would be taken to student rights and responsibilities.
Okay. Canton.
It was kind of a wider question I had about this whole referendum and campaign violation thing. So, if you're a candidate and you get whatever it is, one major violation?
It's either one major violation or 3 minors.
Or 3 minors. You get that. You are disqualified from the race, correct? That's the penalty.
Yes.
So if you're a referendum campaign and you get a major violation assessed against you, that means that the referendum is now off the ballot to be voted on.
If I can, my opinion has been stated from sort of the people who have the expertise felt that the exact same area. So that lists minor and major violations. If they get 2 minor violations, but not a third, or if they don't get a major, then yes, it's the same list. But one major then doesn't disqualify.
That doesn't make sense. Like, it makes sense to apply that punishment to a candidate because if a candidate or his campaign acts incorrectly in the assessment or in the act of an election, then disbarring them makes sense because they weren't legitimately elected and they've proven that they were unable to follow the rules or are not a fit candidate. On the other hand, if you do the same thing with a referendum, it doesn't make sense. What you're essentially doing is there could be a referendum that 99% of the student population supports and loves and gets behind and been trying to get on the ballot forever. And then one idiot who may not even be affiliated with the campaign, or even if he is affiliated with the campaign, one person's rule violation can end up invalidating the entire referendum.
The only sort of barrier is that the person has to be on the campaign staff list. So just like campaigns, or just like candidates and president VP tickets, referendum would have to have their campaign ticket, or would have like a staff. So if they submit a referendum, so in the student referendum when they submit it, it says sponsor. So let's say I'm going to propose a student referendum. I'm the sponsor and I'm the campaign manager. Any people that's in the staff or is working with me has to be signed up with a campaign staff list just like a campaign. So now if it doesn't, yeah, I'm good with that seat.
So
I don't know if you were.
I had.
Oh, okay, you can let him finish.
Okay, but I guess the problem here is that in the case of a candidate, the candidacy has a really legitimate claim to the complete ownership of his candidacy and his campaign. In the instance of a student referendum, just because you happen to be the activist portion of the student population that has taken up the referendum and has tried to get the language drafted, I don't think that implies the same level of ownership of the idea that you're putting forward in the referendum, if that makes sense. Like, the idea of having a green R shirt is something that floated around a long time before somebody went out and said, okay, I'm going to make a student referendum about this. On the other hand, the idea of Colton Canton running for Senate is an idea that Colton Canton came up with and Colton Canton took action on.
Understandable. Del.
Alright, well, referendum has one specific sponsor, so one person sponsors it, right? And then there's a campaign staff list. And you can imagine I'm the same concept. So me running on a sheet of paper, my platform is the referendum in essence. I am the sponsor of my platform, and my campaign staff is on that staff list, no different than a referendum, if that makes any sense. Because you're not voting for the looks, like, oh, I wear a suit. That's not what you're voting for. You're voting for my platform, right? Like, if I'm wrong, stop me here. You're voting for my platform.
I am, but not all students are. And I'm also not just voting for your platform, I'm voting for my trust in you.
Okay, I think that's outside of the realm. Well, what makes somebody vote for the presidential candidate or any candidate?
No,
that's
but
outside the realm of our discussion right now.
But his claim is that a referendum is not a person. How can they defend themselves or represent themselves? And so they should not be under the same scrutiny as a student or person.
It doesn't make sense to apply the same penalties to that as you would to a candidate because of that.
But the way we assess it, the way we actually accept it, is with a person to represent the referendum. That doesn't make sense. So, I mean, it has to have some kind of rules, or else you could have someone stand by the poll and just say, hey, vote yes, vote yes, vote yes. Show you pictures of aborted fetuses, then nobody do that. But
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
if it's a referendum about, hey, we don't support abortion, and they show you a picture of an aborted fetus at the polling station, that's curbing your vote. Hence, aiding the referendum unfairly, right? If that's not.
Yeah.
Putting a picture of me hugging a baby next to the polling station makes my platform look better compared to yours. No different. Like, same concept. You gotta have some things to be able to assess them against. So that's why when you made a very basic, or we made a very basic concept of there'll be a sponsor, and that's who will assess violations to with the referendum.
Alright, okay. Alright. The argument is that referendum by its nature is not the same as a person.
Okay, and then really quick.
Are there any proposed solutions to fixing that pothole, which apparently you're the only person who can see?
No.
Alright, well,
So,
I don't think we should have the word students in the word supporting the student.
I'm not saying that's proposing,
No,
I'm proposing.
I understand. I will let because I don't have a better solution, I'll let the specific go.
It's out.
Okay, so right where it says student, is everyone, alright, so right here, where it says referendum campaign, any group supporting a student referendum, I don't think you should say the word student. One, that has to be considered an added amendment, just because it's not something that came from the actual ad hoc. But two, because it's putting unfair advantage with student government over students as a whole. Because right now, you can just say that a student government referendum is sponsored by all of SG, and by definition, by default, all of you are on the campaign staff list. I don't care who you are. If you have SG next to your name, your street team for the hell of it, you are an SG staff member, you are on our campaign list by default. That in nature should automatically be inherent of any referendum. So a student referendum should not get any kind of penalty again, or like a student government referendum should not get any kind of over any kind of ease compared to a student referendum. It's unfair, essentially. We're saying we have less standards than they do, is what we're saying.
Is that a motion?
If that makes any sense. It's not a motion, it's a motion to not accept that amendment of student.
Okay, just make it referendum.
Just make it a word referendum. So strike the word student in this and 2 more points.
Aldridge, you have an objection. Milo, is that an objection or a question?
Yeah, I have a quick question before
Regarding,
his statement.
can you say for his question?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what you're saying though is that if a student government referendum, I disagree with it. If I go and purposely do all these infractions because I disagree with your referendum, it's awful thing. Is that what you're trying to say? Because you said I am automatically on the list.
So,
could I not do the same for a referendum? I could join their campaign and then just sabotage them. It's no different. We expect higher of people who are in SG like that.
you can't just join the campaign.
Yeah, you
Somebody
can't.
have to approve their joining of the campaign. I can't just randomly say I'm part of your referendum now,
But
unless the people
inherently,
in the
being an SG, you sign the what's it called, the Buckley waiver and the student handbook, right? Saying that you won't just sabotage things, like you don't do negative, like we don't.
If they do, they're fired.
Right.
Okay, end of story. That's a pretty good punishment. They're fired, and I'm pretty sure what they did would be null and void. They just broke the contract. Okay. Abdulmus,
I motion to strike student.
objections. Aldridge.
I just think that there's different standards, and because there's no campaign for a student government referendum, we're not asking, or we're not advocating on behalf of it as a student government. There might be a student that may do that, but at the end of the day, we're just asking what their opinion is, while a student referendum does have that sort of advocacy for their position. So that's why I think student sounds more applicable in the situation, and why I object.
Your sense?
No, I don't know.
You can vote. Yeah, just do it. All right. There's a motion to strike the word student from the clause 700.38. An objection that wasn't rescinded was put forth. So now we're voting. If you vote yes, you are in favor of striking the word student from 700.38. If you vote no, you are not in favor. Remove the motion off the floor. Back to an open floor. Okay? Okay.
There's multiple. Okay. There's multiple sections of the word student. They're all related. And I said that, but they're all related.
Has everybody voted? There's only 22, it's supposed to be 24.
25.
Fantastic. Magic person appeared. Condition.
Okay. I mean, from there, I have no other amendments that were suggested.
Okay, no other amendments suggested.
39 and 40.
What? Oh. And so, Mr. Patel, is that a motion to just keep them
In line with
what has already been voted on? Are there any objections to that? Seeing none. Eloa?
Motion to vote and bill as a whole.
Motion to vote and bill as a whole. Are there any objections? Patel, is that an objection? Or are you still ready to bill?
No objection.
No objection. We're now in voting procedures. Aldrich, can you? Aldrich.
Oh,
All right, hey, we're in voting procedures, guys. Let's click. Let's click. Who hasn't clicked?
We apologize.
Anybody else who hasn't clicked?
I really want to abstain.
You can't. That's my job now. Sorry, Tom.
Dude.
Okay. Don't know what just happened there. Huh? Into
F2.
F2.
There you go.
Well, it's 21-3 to 1. And with that, I relinquish my chairing duties.
Why is that so funny?
If you'd like, I can give you an encore performance of falling off the stool.
Yo, dude, it's on YouTube. God, I missed this.
Sir, Eloa.
Motion to postpone Senate Bill 54, what is it, 08, 018?
15.
54, 015, Judicial Reform Act.
Sure. Any objections to postponing it until next week? Seeing, oh, Senator Hartman. Okay, no one's gonna like it. Okay, I'm just kidding. All right, seeing none. It'll be postponed. Moving on. Who's our first presenter for
Me.
as? Okay.
First.
Guys, everyone be happy. She finally made presentations again.
Okay, interim account, there's about $79,000 left in there. First one, Nursing Student Association was allocated $1,658.90. They requested this amount right here. This organization was allocated this money back last semester because of constitutional issues. It was never presented before this committee, so it did go through appropriations and audits. So these are the items funded. Cuts were made from standards. This is the mission statement. These are the items funded. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Senator Aldridge.
Just for a point of clarification, these bills are numbered 62, 63, 64, and 65, because someone forgot to add 50, 62, 59, 60, and 61 that just passed last week. That's okay. Just for record, so it's in the bill form. I already changed it, so it's already up there. So.
You said 60?
Yeah, 62 is the first one.
Okay, thank you, sir. Keep going. Any questions, Senator Ontar?
If there are no questions or points, I'd like to motion to vote.
So there is a question? Senator Watkins. Oh, sorry. 1 second.
Rescind.
And this one's 65. I apologize. There you go. Senator Ontar.
I reinstate my motion.
Any direction to moving into voting procedures? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures for SBA. Here we go. SBA 54062, Nursing Student Association. Hey, what's up? All right, 1 is yes, 2 is no, 3 is to abstain. There's 24 total people present.
Almost
25 now.
25
The magical addition.
Who has not voted?
Oh, someone
There it is. All right, 24-0-1. The budget is
On the verge of tears.
Verge.
No, you're not restarting.
Why are you crying?
How do we close?
Yes.
Senate.
Oh, okay, they're still there. They're still there, guys. Don't worry. Crisis averted. All right.
What's the vote number? What was the vote count?
24-0-1. Moving on.
Okay, next one. National Science Teachers Association was allocated $561.80 for these 4 items. The purpose is presented right there. Cuts were made from standards. They requested $795. These are the items requested. Any questions?
Senator Ontar.
If there are no questions or points, I'd like to motion to vote.
See how hard this will be to defend? All right, seeing no objections. All right, 1. It's on the back. It says device ID.
Back and make sure
It just has device ID. Look up there and look up to see if you see
Dab.
0.
Yeah, just make sure 25 people respond.
Just pressing the number until you're satisfied.
Bump.
Make sure it's-
We're trying to
Oh, the top right. Yeah, research the.
Well, right here.
And then just,
Let's try it. No, that's fine.
If we have the same number of people, I'll know.
Okay. Oh.
We take it to 25.
This one's under the barcode.
They're not.
Like, you know where you are. Come on. You're in the same place every time.
No, we're not.
You are.
Somebody look at changes on it.
Okay, right. Oh, because you dropped people.
Sorry. No, no.
Two people, come on, two people. One person. It's illegal to not vote.
Somebody just or want to make sure to click in.
It is illegal. No one had to step out in that one little second of time. No, who can, what do you care? Get out of here. Hana, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 25. There's 25 people in this room, dude. Someone didn't vote.
Please, somebody.
Everyone click the button.
Just
Everyone
click
click
one
the button.
one more time.
Oh, it worked.
Was that you?
It was us.
It was you?
Order.
24 to 0 to 1.
This is third operation.
Go ahead.
All right, third budget, full background. They requested this amount, we allocated this amount. Food, materials, water, that's all. Any questions?
Senator Alder.
So all three events are approved.
Yes.
Oh, they only request $9. Never mind. I missed that part. Fine. Okay.
So it's still money. Senator Alder.
Motion to vote.
Any objections to? Excuse me? Is there an objection? Any objection to voting? Seeing none. One is yes, two is no, three is abstain. Again, there's 25 of you.
There we go.
23 to 1 to 1. Who voted no? Just for the record.
It's on the record.
No. Moose? It was you voted no?
It was me.
Okay. No, just because we don't have names on the. I don't care who. You're more than welcome to vote no.
Thank you.
I'm just saying, like, we just need to search. That way you don't have to search the numbers.
Wait.
Men.
I have a question. Not to prolong this, but if you're gonna vote for no, shouldn't you justify? Cause
He doesn't have to, but he could.
not justify, but like say something for argument if you don't think something was allocated correctly.
For next time.
No, it's not for sure.
What do I have to do? Whatever.
Just really quick, just so you guys understand, no just means you don't believe they should be ANS funded.
Yeah,
But they should not be ANS funded is what no implies. Just letting you guys know.
that's it.
I don't mean to sway your vote anyway. I'm just saying that's what it means.
Alright, this is the Marine Science Advisory Committee. They asked for 3 events. They were funded, but they got cut because they requested too much money for food and yeah, it was food. These are the 3 events that got funded. And this one, the spring fling, they are not housed. They're in the Tampa campus, but they're not in the Tampa campus, so that's why we fund them fully for materials. But they asked for $1,800. What? $1,800, and we fund them for $718. Do you have any questions?
Senator Hartman.
There are no further questions. I'd like to motion.
Senator Alder, is that an objection?
Yes. Can you just rescind for about 30 seconds?
I rescind for 30 seconds.
Thank you. It doesn't work that way, but you rescind it.
I appreciate it.
Senator Alder.
Just kidding.
Okay, never mind. You can reset your motion.
Senator Hartman.
I would like to reinstate my motion.
Hasn't been 30 seconds.
No.
Okay. All right. Any
Objection.
objection? Thank
Motion
you.
to-
Yes.
I would like to, this organization's constitution has not been approved by the Judiciary and Ethics Committee Chair, and therefore they are not eligible to be ANS funded, so I propose a friendly amendment to postpone this budget until it is relevant.
I rescind.
Thank you. Senator Alder.
Motion to send it back to committee.
Any objection to sending this bill back to committee?
No, it's just postponed next week.
Fine, postpone it till next week.
It's in concept, but Sure. Alright, motion to postpone until February 11th. Any objections? Seeing none. Alright guys, announcements, anything. If nothing at all, we'll take a final roll call, get your clickers out.
Can we please be quiet to the end of the meeting?
Guys, I know it's late, but you signed up for this one, too. We've done later. 25. Any motions? Senator, you're not more. Senator Rodriguez.
Motion to adjourn.
Any objection to move or to adjourning this meeting? No. Seeing none, we are now adjourned at 10:51 p.m. What the freak was that?
Turn off the recorder.
Dear Lord, man. All these Please go, Rex.
You're 22 minutes up in the second.
Remember, he said 5 hours will be fine.
I asked that.
This is when you were sitting down. That was good.
Make sure that's a PowerPoint.
Hey,
It's been a year off.
I'll figure out when you went berserk and you were like,
No, that's not relevant.
To make it not my meeting. They're back here.
Hey, come on, okay, before everybody leaves. Hey, I just know it wasn't mentioned, but anyone who's running for re-election, just sort of an FYI, once we get to Monday, you cannot campaign in the office. I would be highly suggested that there's not any campaign statements made here in the Senate. But if you do come by the office, just realize if you have a shirt and you're running, take it off. Just realize there's no campaign in the office whatsoever.
What you're saying is you can go shirtless in the office.
No, I'm
No woo-woo shirtless. He means just like,
we'll make you
you
turn
look
around
like inside out.
That was it, sorry.
You look like goofball.
I don't even want to take stuff and like walk through
Yeah,
without a
please
shirt.
say that.
We got some things that
No, but
have many things that
doesn't
we
matter.
want to left over.
It's my thing. So, Friday, right? But you can say it. Think about that when I show you the video, what you think of it. Why?
We're done.
I thought I liked it.
Now it's over just because of that.
No, I think I'm not just throwing your opinion.
Oh yeah, should I do something? What are you gonna pause it? Stop it.